Good evening, folks. Thank you for joining us here at Plymouth Town Hall for the Tuesday, December 16th, 2025 meeting of the Plymouth Select Board. If you could please join the board in the pledge to the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Pursuant to Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 30A, Section 20, any person may make a video or audio recording of an open session of a meeting of the Plymouth Select Board after first notifying the chair, subject to the reasonable requirements of the chair so as not to interfere with the conduct of the meeting. At the beginning of the meeting, the chair shall inform the other attendees of any recordings. Let there be light. At present, we're only aware of the local scene filming this. Pursuant to Chapter 2 of the Acts of 2025, an act relative to extending certain COVID-19 measures adopted during the state of emergency and signed into law on March 28, 2025, this meeting will be conducted via remote means and in person. Members of the public who wish to watch the meeting may do so in the following manner. Tune into the local scene government cable access channels Comcast 9 or Verizon 47 and watch the meeting as it is aired live. Or you may watch the meeting live on the local scene website. Members of the public who wish to participate in the meeting may do so in the following manner. Appear in person at the Great Hall at Town Hall, located on the second floor of 26 Court Street, Plymouth, Mass. Or remotely by following the link that's posted on the agenda, which is on the town's website. The first item on our agenda is a continuation of a public hearing regarding an underground storage license, High Rock Cranberry Crescent LLC, 2 Commerce Way. In accordance with Chapter 148 of the Massachusetts General Law as amended, notice is hereby given that a public hearing will be held on Tuesday, December 2nd, 2025. It has been continued to tonight, Tuesday, December 16th, 2025, at 6 p.m. to consider the application from High Rock Cranberry Crescent LLC for license for underground storage of 35,000 gallons of flammable liquids and 6,000 gallons of combustible liquids located at 2 Commerce Way. This is for self-storage, self-service gasoline, diesel fuel sales with a retail store. Anyone wishing to be heard on this matter should plan to attend this meeting. Is the petitioner in the room? It looks like we might have someone online. Is that the petitioner? Good evening.
Yes. Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you.
Good evening. For the record, Hussein Sevinchkid with Greenman Peterson, Inc., out of Salem, New Hampshire. We had a meeting 2 weeks ago. We were continued. I did provide additional information as requested by the board. Not sure if anyone was able to review it, but I can kind of go over, again, the proposal, if need be.
Happy to do that, or I could open the floor for questions from the board. What's your pleasure?
I can go over it quickly if you want. There was a plan that was previously submitted, but I guess it wasn't in your packet the last time. But the plan does show 2 underground storage tanks that are proposed. I could share my screen if you're able to see that, or however, whatever is easier for you guys. I do have all the documents.
Yeah, I'll ask our executive assistant. Is that possible? You should be able to share your screen now. Oh, you're now muted.
No, I'm sorry. All right. I'm sharing my screen. You can see this.
Not yet. There it is.
Okay. All right. So basically, as we discussed last week, intersection of Commerce Way and Carver Road. Sorry about that. Go upstairs. We have a proposed gas station. Again, driveways were proposed on both roads. Car wash. This is the convenience store. We have a fuel canopy here with 6 dispensers providing fueling for 12 vehicles. And then the tanks are located in this corner. 2 tanks. One tank is a 20,000 gallon regular tank right here. This other tank is split 3 compartments. 9,000 super, 6,000 diesel, and 6,000 regular. At the last meeting, there was discussion about, the approvals that we had. I did provide the zoning board approval, the planning board approval. So this one's a planning board approval. I think that was in your packet this time as well. The zoning board decision. We do have a zoning permit as well for the project. There was some discussion about the wells, if we're adjacent to any of the, wells that are in the city, in the town. We are not. This well map was also included. So as you can see, we're out of the zone 1, 2, and the IWPA zone as well. Our property is right here, and the boundaries are kind of over here. You can follow my mouse on the screen. We also submitted the site plan, obviously, that we're sharing. I did also submit the UST plans, which are underground storage tanks. So UST underground storage tank plans that are prepared for this project. So there is a design. Everything's designed per Mass DEP and EPA standards. Again, the tanks are in this area. There's underground product piping to dispenser sumps that are under the dispensers that you would see under the island. There's a sump that would contain any spill from any of the product piping. There are sumps as well on top of the tanks. These larger circles are tank sumps. Product piping are these lines. Basically, the product piping is double wall, flexible piping. It's been used in the industry for over 30 years. The piping that we're proposing, the double wall tanks are fiberglass tanks, as discussed last time. And the tanks are constantly monitored for any issues that might arise with a fuel system. Inside the store, there is a monitor, as well as emergency shutoff buttons. If there are any issues, with the dispensing, the entire fuel system gets shut down. Under the overhead canopy, there would be a fire suppression system that's mandated by the state. So that would be approved. That would be submitted to the town fire department, reviewed and approved by them, and then forwarded off to the state fire marshal's office for their approval of the self-service facility. Other than that, I can dive as deep as you guys want me to, but I don't want to bore everyone else. If there's any questions that the board would have, I can answer.
Thank you. First, is there anyone in the room other than, well, the petitioner is not in the room, but is there anyone in the room who would like to speak in favor of this project? Is there anyone online who would like to speak in favor of the project? Is there anyone in the room who would like to speak against the project? Anyone online? Very good. Questions from the board? Mr. Cohen?
Thank you for providing the additional material. I just wanted to have an opportunity to see the detail of the locations of the tanks and the thought process. Obviously, there have been other hearings with the planning department, planning board, and those permits have been achieved. Before I signed off on it as a select board member, I just wanted to see those plans. I didn't see them before, but now they've been supplied. I had a chance to look at them, and thank you for walking us through it.
Yep, no problem.
Mr. Canty?
Thank you. So in terms of your layout, it strikes me that it's very similar. You have a convenience store, a gas station, and a car wash, which is very similar to, on the other end of Commerce Way existing, there's a mobile station, a convenience store, and a car wash. And they're both pretty close to each other. So are you confident that there is enough of a demand in this immediate vicinity to support two nearly identical projects in a sustainable manner?
I guess my client, I'm the engineer for the project, so my client is confident, they are willing to invest the millions of dollars to develop this property, or else, they wouldn't put that much money into developing this property. quite a bit of site work involved as well. Yeah, there is it's feasible for them to do this.
Okay, and since we're here primarily to talk about the underground storage tanks and the licenses associated with them, could you talk about let's say, worse comes worse, and there isn't enough demand to support two nearly identical business plots in that vicinity. If you had to remove these tanks and the remediation process that would be going that you'd have to go through, what does that entail? And is money set aside for that, or is that something that the next property owner would have to do? Could you talk to us about that?
So typically, the remediation that probably everyone's used to hearing from older gas stations are because they were single-wall steel tanks or single-wall fiberglass tanks. The piping in the past was single-wall. There wasn't under dispenser containment sumps provided. So if there was an issue, it would just spill directly into, underground, basically into the stone or the soil underground. These are double wall fiberglass tanks. There's constant monitoring. There's under dispenser containment. So typically for a newer facility like this, there wouldn't be any remediation required for the system. We've been doing these for I've been doing them for about over 25 years. Double wall fiberglass tanks came out in the late 80s to replace all of the older equipment. In New Hampshire, we do a lot of work in New England, but New Hampshire did a study 3 years ago that looked at all double wall tanks that were installed in the last 20 years. So in the 2000s, and they did not have any issues with double wall fiberglass tanks that were installed.
But
So as far as, if they remove the tanks, they remove the tanks, they come in.
Yep.
A licensed site professional is on site looking at the soil. And it's done per mass DEP requirements.
And who does that? The current owner or the new owner of the parcel? So say it was sold to Burger King, to open a Burger King next instead of this. Would Burger King pay to do that, or would the seller of the property pay before, like a Title V on a house?
Again, it all depends on their deal, right? Sometimes, some of our clients remove all of their assets if they're selling the property. So like 7-Eleven would remove all of their tanks, all their canopy, everything before they sold the property. So it all depends on the deal. Some, if it's another like for like type of use,
Right.
they would sell it as is.
Okay.
And there's constant testing that's done on these tanks that's mandated by the DEP and the EPA.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Any other questions from the board? Pleasure of the board.
Motion to move as presented.
Mr. Quintal makes the motion to approve. Is there a second?
I'll second.
Ms. Iaquinto seconds. Discussion? Hearing and seeing none. Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Quintal?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
And myself, yes, it's unanimous. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you for accommodating me. Have a great night.
You too, take care. Moving on to licenses, we have 1, 2, 3, 4 licenses.
Move them as presented.
Mr. Quintal makes a motion to move them as a group. Second,
I'll second.
Ms. Iaquinto seconds. Discussion? Hearing and seeing none. Ms. Iaquinto?
Yeah.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Yes.
Mr. Quintal?
Yes.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
And myself, yes, it is unanimous. Next on the agenda are our administrative notes. I'll make a couple of amendments here. Item number 5 has been withdrawn. Mr. Cohen would like to take out 2, 6, and 8 and take them separately. If it's the pleasure of the board, I'll seek a motion to approve administrative notes 1, 3, 4, and 7. Is there such a motion?
Motion.
Mr. Quintal makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Iaquinto seconds. Discussion? Hearing and seeing none. Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mr. Quintel?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
And myself, yes. We've approved items 1, 3, 4, and 7. Mr. Cohan on number 2.
Yes, I just wanted to point out tonight where you are approving the recommendations by our town manager on the Historical Commission. This is a newly established entity as a result of town meeting. It's the first time that we've embarked on something like this, so we'll be approving 5 of these individuals this evening. But I would like to, and I have mentioned to staff and I mentioned it to the board, state law does allow us to expand the committee by 2. I've had a chance to speak to the president of the Great Herring Pond Wampanoag tribe and have indicated that I would like to, if at the board's pleasure, to increase the committee from 5 to 7, allowing the community to produce 2 individuals to serve on that commission from their community. I think it's important that we have representation of the Native people on our
Is
town.
that a motion?
That is a motion.
Second.
I don't know that we need a motion. I'm happy to put this on the future agenda so that we can make the additional 2
Okay.
members.
Okay, great. I'd be more than happy to, whatever the pleasure of the board is and how they wanted to handle it, but I wanted to make that avocation that we had this representation from the community on the board.
I would be in support of that as well. So we'll put that on a future agenda. Mr. Canty?
So, Mr. Cohen, are you looking to have both of those 2 new positions be reserved for members of the Herring Pond Wampanoag tribe, or?
So my conversation was, I think we have to, yes, I basically would defer to them to send recommendations to our town manager. In the end, the town manager does have to recommend to us, but basically we're just adding one more body to the process. The Great Herring Pond Wampanoag tribe would recommend 2 names, and they would be referred to the town manager, and the town manager would refer to us. And they'll be talking within their community. Obviously, they're tribal members that live in Plymouth, but outside of Plymouth, I don't think we should be confined to just Plymouth in their community, because their community, the Wampanoag Nation, actually goes from Great Herring Pond to Mashpee to Aquina. So obviously, they will internally come up with names and present them to our town manager.
Okay, if that were the structure of it, I would be in favor of that, but I'll wait until it's on a future agenda to do that, but I would be in favor of that.
Thank you.
Is there a motion to approve item 2 as listed?
I'll make a motion to approve item 2 as listed.
Mr. Cohen makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Quintel seconds. Discussion? Hearing and seeing none. Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Quintel?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
And myself, yes. On number 6, Mr. Cohen?
Yes, actually 6 and 8 are the ones that I'm just wanted to take out of administrative notes and just note that these are gifts by families giving a gift to the Center for Active Living. They're giving money in the name of individuals, a Jean McNeil and a Elaine Kazut. They are 2 individuals that I guess family members wanted to remember in gifts to the town. I just wanted to take the time to take that of order and just note the family's gift to the town of Plymouth and the family's gift to the Center for Active Living. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Cohen. Any further discussion on that? Is there a motion to approve items 6 and 8?
I'll make
So
that
moved.
motion.
I'll give that to Mr. Canty. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Quintel seconds. Further discussion? Hearing and seeing none. Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Quintel?
Yes.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
And myself, yes. It's unanimous. We'll move on to public comment. Is there anyone in the room who'd like to register a public comment with the board? In the back there. Yeah.
Thank you very much. My name is Catherine Harrelson.
I'm a member of Community Land and Water Coalition, a Plymouth-based nonprofit organization. I'm here tonight to comment on the restoration and fuels reduction buffer in Miles Standish State Forest. In a few minutes, we're going to hear from Paul Gregory of DCR, presenting on the summary goals and objectives of some proposed forest management practices in Miles Standish State Forest. For this particular phase, the primary objective is fuels reduction and fire break, which is an admirable goal for Miles Standish State Forest. And I believe that you're going to hear about proximity to resources within the town of Plymouth, including residential properties and so forth. So the project is a 200-foot wide strip to the west of East Line Road, and portions of the project area were burned in wildfires in 1964 and 1975. Again, the wildfire management goals of this project are admirable. It is the forest restoration practices going on, implemented by DCR in Miles Standish State Forest, that CLWC believes should be subject to ongoing review in light of evolving science, in light of the climate crisis, and subject to a robust and transparent public participation process. Just a reminder that the majority of Miles Standish State Forest is actually a forest reserve that is supposed to be subject to minimal forest management. So our question is, was this particular phase of the project reviewed by the Forest Reserve Scientific Committee? Were they consulted, and did they hold a vote on this phase of the project? Furthermore, we believe that the town of Plymouth should evaluate the forest restoration in Miles Standish State Forest in light of all of the other forest cutting that's going on within the town. There's currently underway a 2,000-acre forest restoration project in Miles Standish State Forest. That's part of a 10-year management plan. There's also forest logging in another wildlife management area within Plymouth. I don't have the name off the top of my head. There's also logging within the Plymouth Town Forest. And there's also a proposed forest restoration along the Agawam River by 80 Makepeace Company as part of the Red Brook housing development project. And this is in addition to hundreds of acres of forest that have been lost within the town of Plymouth in the last 20 years. So we believe that all of this cutting should be evaluated within the total forest loss within the town of Plymouth. Also, our understanding of climate science is continually evolving, and our understanding of forest management practices are always evolving. Projects on this scale that we're seeing in Miles Standish State Forest should be continually reviewed in light of our climate crisis and all of the benefits that mature forests provide. We
Ms.
asked
Harrelson, you've
DCR
exceeded your
and...
3 minutes. I can give you an additional minute.
Thank you. I'll wrap up right now. Have any studies been conducted in the last 5 years to show the effectiveness of the restoration on the species populations in question? Why are we managing forests for a select list of species? Also, are there any ongoing consultations with the Indigenous community about these forest management practices? Who gets to decide what forest looks like prior to colonial intervention? And finally, I'll wrap up and conclude saying that this process should be more transparent on the part of DCR and Mass Wildlife and subject to ongoing review. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Lyden?
Steve Lyden, Precinct 17. I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the town manager, the town of Plymouth, and all their employees for the fantastic tree lighting ceremony that we had. If you look at the DPW, how they put that tree together, it's just fantastic. I can't imagine, I can't do anything from IKEA. I don't know how they managed to put that thing up. They've done a fantastic job. The Downtown Waterfront Business Association also had their functions, which made the tree lighting ceremony, they expanded it. So the downtown was fantastic. Everyone had a good time. And like I say, it couldn't have been done without the town employees on a great job they did. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Downs?
Good evening. I am Lori Downs. I live at 22 Winterberry Way in Plymouth. I passed out a flyer to all of you. I hope you all saw it. I wanted to share this with you. It originates from the Raynham Police Department, and it was brought to my attention by Steve Lyden. It very nicely explains the differences in legal requirements for the operation of electric bicycles versus electric dirt bikes. It is concise, it's easy to read, it clearly defines the difference between an electric bicycle and an electric dirt bike. It explains the associated legal requirements for operating each type, and it explains the penalties in Rainham for violating these legal requirements. I've seen this posted on the Plymouth Schools Health and Wellness Facebook page, which was really great to see. I'd love to see this posted on, I'm repeating myself. I'd love to see Plymouth take this prototype and develop a similar poster customized to our needs and make it viral. Post it everywhere. Post it on bike sales stores, in bike repair shops. Post it on all the school websites and all the school social media sites. Send it directly to the parents. Post it on school bulletin boards in the areas where parents congregate. What I mean by that, I'm going back in time, but back in the day when I had to pick my daughter up at school, there was like a hallway area where we would hang out. So if such a thing still exists, that's where it should be. Post it on the town website, all the town social media sites, and the printed media sites. And see if you could get the Plymouth Independent to post it. And then post it again, and then again, periodically, so that it stays fresh in people's minds. I really believe that many parents are not aware of the differences between these bikes and are unaware that they are basically providing a motorcycle to children. This won't solve the entire problem, but I believe it'll make a good dent. And if this doesn't change behaviors, perhaps we consider a zero tolerance policy, meaning that first offense results in a court date for the offender and the parents and their guardian. And then on a different but related topic, the state of Massachusetts has formed a micro-mobility vehicle commission to study issues surrounding Class 1 and 2 electric bikes, electric scooters, segways, powered skateboards, and other small powered vehicles. Among their tasks, it is of special interest to Plymouth that they will be making recommendations for regulating these micro-mobility vehicles, especially as they pertain to their safe use in bike paths, sidewalks, and shared walking paths. They will be filing this report with the legislature on January 21st, 2026.
Ms. Downs, you've exceeded your 3 minutes. I can give you an additional minute to wrap up.
I need a second. I'm on the last paragraph.
All right.
Okay. I think it would be most efficient if Plymouth could wait for this report to be published and then see if we can work off of that as we customize regulations to our own needs. In other words, hold off on bylaw regulations until we see what this state commission comes up with. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. The gentleman who was next to Ms. Downs, and then the woman in the back. Mr. Price?
Leighton Price. I have a couple of handouts, so I just want to, and I just have a couple of sentences I want to say to you.
Thank you.
This is pretty much a direct follow-up to the previous statement. The first handout shows several micro-mobility devices that are 30 miles an hour or faster, and some of them are a lot of way more powerful than the 750 watts. There are things that are not going to be regulated in any respect currently, and they could all go on bike paths. They could go on sidewalks. They could go on streets. They can go wherever. And they're much more powerful than the Class 1 e-bikes that we were discussing when I was here last time. The second handout shows you an example of something called a unicycle that is marketed to little children. You'll see that if you look at the 2 or 3 pages in there, you'll see little children are involved in this. There's a starter unicycle, and then there's several others on up to adult ones that are very powerful and very fast. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you, Mr. Price.
Hi, can you hear me? My name is Meg Ash. I've lived in Plymouth with my husband, our 3 kids, and various pets for the past 11 years. I graduated from Whitman-Hanson High School in 2001. A few months later, I was heading into my first day at Massasoit, but I was turned back. The school was closed. It was the morning of September 11th, 2001. I got home just in time to watch the second tower fall. It was horrifying. And what followed changed the course of adulthood for my entire generation. Almost immediately, fear and trauma were weaponized. We were flooded with Islamophobic and anti-Arab rhetoric on the news, in movies, music, and government speeches. Middle Eastern people were portrayed almost exclusively as threats. It was disinformation aimed at young adults like me, meant to pull us into wars that were not about freedom, but about regime change, power, and oil. And it worked. Slurs became normalized. People who wore head coverings became targets. Friends began speaking in violent, dehumanizing ways. For the next 2 decades, Islamophobia shaped our culture and our policies. It sent my friends and peers to war. Many of them came home to PTSD, opioid addiction, homelessness, and suicide. It justified surveillance, profiling, and torture. And today, in the shadow of genocide in Gaza, that same hate is visible again, open and brazen. Here in Plymouth, residents face harassment and dehumanizing rhetoric, online, in meetings, and in our community. This is not distant, it is here. Even in, and especially in white communities, majority white communities like ours, we have a responsibility to confront normalized hate. When diversity is limited, misinformation fills the gaps, and the risk of real-world harm increases. I want to say this personally. I have Muslim and Palestinian friends who live here. They are kind, generous, and deeply human. Their families have welcomed me. Our children play together. Seeing hate strewn at them and hearing people speak of their faith or heritage with cruelty or contempt is heartbreaking. So I'm asking this board to take 3 basic steps. First, acknowledge that Islamophobia exists here and causes real harm. Second, strengthen human rights committees like PFA by implementing clear bias response procedures and treating all forms of hate with equal seriousness. Third, commit to prevention through anti-bias training, including anti-Arab prejudice and Islamophobia, for police, town officials, and committees, and establish a clear community bias response plan. As anti-Semitic violence rises, I want to be clear, hate against Jewish communities, Muslim communities, or any people is unacceptable. I stand in solidarity with my Jewish and Muslim friends and neighbors. This is not incongruous. It is humanity applied consistently.
Ms. Ash, you've exceeded your 3 minutes. I can give you an additional minute to wrap up.
10 seconds. My generation learned how quickly fear became policy, violence, and lifelong trauma. Plymouth has a choice. We can keep looking away, or we can face this honestly with compassion and responsibility and lead the way. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ash. Is there anyone else in the room who would like to register a public comment? Is there anyone online? All right. We'll move on in the agenda. I've spoken with the town manager. He has, all right, we'll go back to public comment for just a moment. I can't, Ms. Byrne? Dale Bryan, Mr. Bryan. I'm losing my vision. Could you unmute yourself, Mr. Bryan?
I have. Thank you very much. My name is Dale Bryant. I'm the current chair of the Climate Action Net Zero Committee.
Mr. Bryan, could you get closer to your microphone? You're a little muffled.
I'll try. And I hope this is loud for you now.
That's much better.
Thank you very much. As the current chair of the Climate Action Net Zero Committee, I wanted to bring to the public's attention the position that the committee has taken regarding the e-bike regulations. The committee discussed the proposed regulations during our meeting last week and has voted unanimously to not support them as currently written, as they do not align with the goals of the Priority Plymouth Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. I would encourage the public to visit the town website for energy and environment and look at the entire Priority Plymouth Plan, but in particular, the transportation focus areas, and see the ways in which the recommendations do not align and indeed compromise several areas. We urge the select board to reconsider the e-bike regulations and revise them to better support the community's transition to sustainable transportation. Regulations should facilitate rather than hinder the adoption of bikes and e-bikes, ensuring that Plymouth continues to make progress on the Climate Action and Adaptation Plan. Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Bryan. Is there anyone else online? Last call, anyone in the room? All right. Well, I'll go back to the agenda proper. I've spoken with the town manager. He's willing to move out of order to allow some folks in the room to get out of here ahead of him. Unless there's an objection from the board, I'd like to move on to the 2025 Forest Management Proposal on DCR properties by Mr. Gregory.
Thank you for having me. I'm Paul Gregory, the South.
Can you get closer to the microphone?
Sorry. I'm Paul Gregory, the Southeast Management Forester for the Massachusetts Department of Conservation Recreation, otherwise known as DCR. I can address some of the public comments in regards to this restoration and fuels reduction buffer. It will be in front of the Forest Reserve Science Advisory Committee on January 20th. Unfortunately, I am not authorized to comment on the larger scale restoration project that is happening currently in Miles Standish. This is a separate project, which is just a DCR project, not a joint project with Mass Wildlife. This project here is aimed at reducing high fuel hazards to lessen the potential risks and spread of wildfire. This will increase public safety, provide safe access for firefighters and fire apparatus, and has added benefit to promote and enhance disturbance-dependent natural communities. I'll start off with just a little bit of background on Miles Standish State Forest. It's one of the earliest state forests, beginning in 1916, and is one of the largest, covering nearly 12,500 acres. Many other towns, state, and federal parcels abut the state forest, creating a large area of open space here in the southeast. Miles Standish State Forest is designated as a reserve through our 2012 landscape designation process. The next few slides are some old photos in our archives. They show the state forest in its early days and what it looked like after wildfires. Here's another photo from the Carver side. You can see the pitch pine and a few oak trees and lots of scrub oak. This one is just after a wildfire in 1938, which burned over 700 acres. Here's a 4-H club that was involved in planting trees. You can notice the cars at the time on the top of the hill. This one was just after a wildfire in 1957. And before Miles Standish was created, there was an immense blaze known as the Great Fire of 1900, which burned approximately square miles of Plymouth from Miles Standish State Forest to the Cape Cod Bay was recently discussed in an article in the Plymouth Independent. The most notable wildfire in recent past was the one in May of 1957. The fire burned over 18,000 acres from the southwest corner of Miles Standish State Forest to Plymouth Bay. It burned at a rate of 18 acres a minute and flame lengths at 150 feet. It took over 3,000 firefighters with 200 to 300 pieces of equipment over several days to contain the fire. And since being a state forest, over 50% of Miles Standish State Forest has seen a wildfire. Oh, the numbers didn't come out. This is a modeling fire type. It's from Flame Map, a U.S. Forest Service product. The inputs are commonly observed wildfire conditions that occur in Massachusetts. The yellow is surface fires, which is burning loose needles, herbaceous vegetation, shrubs, small trees and saplings. And the percentage in the forest is 37%. Torching is burning of single trees, which is 5%. And the majority, which is in red, is the potential for crown fires, which is burns in the forest canopy, which includes live and dead fuels, branches that lie well above the surface fuels. Crown fires produce very high intensities and rates of spread and are not realistically controlled by any means. Here's a pie chart to get a sense of scale on the treatments we have done since 2009 compared to the total acreage of the state forest. This excludes one-time treatments, such as removing the dead red pine 11 and 10 years ago. On 4.5% of the forest, we have conducted prescribed burns. On 7%, we have done mechanical treatments. And for this project is represented in the yellow hatching, which it's 32 acres, just over a mile long, 200 feet in width. This is the last part of the state forest to have a buffer along the eastern edge. We will mulch in place brush and small trees, keeping larger pitch pines in place to reduce the ladder fuels and to reduce the wildfire complexity. Reducing the canopy will result in a more open habitat benefiting a variety of rare, declining, and common species. Portions of the project area were burned from wildfires in 1964 and 1957. Our primary goal is to reduce the fuel load, thereby increasing public safety and to provide safe access for firefighters and fire apparatus in the event of a wildfire. Secondary goal is to restore and maintain native pitch pine and scrub oak natural communities with a focus on individual larger diameter full crown pine, pitch pine trees in the overstory with the understory of scrub oak and other native shrubs. Occasional prescribed burning and or mowing will keep fuel loads low and thereby making wildfires much more easier to control. Here is a before and after comparison. We retain a scattering of larger, taller pitch pines to provide sunlight for the shrubs that would otherwise be shaded out. That's too bad. Due to the unique environmental conditions and connection to fire, barren communities are associated with many state-listed species, with two shown here. Miles Standish State Forest has 37 state-listed species, which is one of the highest, if not the highest, total in the state. About 40% of the land-based species listed by the Massachusetts Endangered Species Act are found in fire influence ecosystems, with the majority of them being solely dependent upon barrens and related natural communities. Barren species include, among others, whippoorwill, northern harrier, New England blazing star, and a suite of highly rare moth and butterflies. The next few slides provide examples of the references used to put together this project. Fire management recommendations from a draft fire management plan include implementing fuel reduction treatments, specifically calling out reducing the fuel load near East Line Road. Pine Barrens management is a high priority in a natural heritage biodiversity report, specifically calling out mechanical reduction prescribed fire to improve and maintain habitat and to reduce wildfire danger. Even though Miles Standish State Forest has been designated as a reserve, management for reducing the risk of wildfire and for rare species habitat is allowed, specifically calling out reserves in the southeast part of the state for management. In the draft 2025 Wildlife Action Plan, dried woodlands and barrens is ranked first in supporting the largest number of species of greatest conservation concern at 135 species. And due to their importance and vulnerability to stressors, dry woodlands and barrens have been designated the highest priority for restoration and management. The Executive Office of Energy and Environmental Affairs put together a climate forestry committee to develop recommendations for climate-oriented forest management guidelines. Their 2024 report lists techniques to be considered and implemented by state land managers. This table is from their report, which provides a collection of strategies designed to help forest managers incorporate climate change considerations into management and devise adaptation tactics. Here are some of the types of equipment we have used in the past for similar projects. For mulching vegetation, basically it's a flared mower on the end of a machine. The slides from the presentation in tonight's agenda on the Select Board's website. You can scan these QR codes and get a copy of the web addresses. Comments will be accepted until January 5th, and that concludes my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Gregory. Do you need any action from the board, or is this just to inform the public?
It's just a presentation of what we're doing in the forest.
All right. Questions from the board? Ms. Iaquinto?
What I'm seeing here, so on the slide that was labeled Miles Standish State Forest present, you could just go back to that. That one, yeah.
Yes.
Is that a proposal for what you're planning to do?
No, that is a model representing the type of wildfire that would happen under general weather conditions in the state, in this area. So if a fire did happen, it's saying that 57%, 50% of the forest could, a wildfire could become a crown fire in 50% of the state forest.
Okay. As under current conditions?
Under typical conditions in the south, in the southeast part of the state.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Cohen?
Thank you. I had a chance to attend your meeting at Miles Standish Forest Headquarters a couple weeks back. You presented the strategy. It was interesting to hear some of the feedback at the time about the strategy of protecting the biodiversity of Miles Standish Forest as a reserve, but also recognizing the need to build these fire breaks. Ms. Iaquinto points out a very interesting slide because it's showing different types of surface fires, torching fires, and crown fires, which get going and they move with the wind, obviously.
Right.
And you said the crown fires is when the canopy is on fire and it's moving at a rate. The torching is when you're down with the,
Torching is a single tree on fire.
okay.
Right,
And then the surface fire is the ground
right,
cover.
yeah, pretty much.
Now, the slide that you show, the fire break, which is an interesting one, there it is, and kind of overlaying your map of where these fires have been and what kind of fires we can expect. How does that break work? Does it stop or can
It doesn't
you jump
stop,
it?
it just slows it down where it's a manageable. You can get trucks in there, you know, the intensity of the fire isn't right against the road. You know, if a wildfire was in there without the break, it'd be very hard to drive down there, very dangerous to put people in there.
Yeah.
Putting all the material, you know, mowing it down, mulching it in place, you know, the material's very short
Right.
and the flame lengths would be very small. I mean, it would still burn, but it'd be very manageable
Right.
for the firefighters to get to.
So again, the biodiversity of Miles Standish Forest is quite extensive. And you noted that in one of your slides, pointing out the rare and endangered. You know, walk us through how that was balanced with this break in terms of, you know, not encroaching on that any more than it's
It's-
already happening from different angles. Obviously, Miles Standish Forest is under a lot of pressure from different angles.
Right.
So,
It's really, you get the benefit of not only reducing the wildfire risk, you also are promoting and enhancing the habitat for those rare species because they depend on a disturbance-dependent natural habitat. So over time, if we'd allowed it to grow back, we would lose those plants and therefore potentially lose the rare species because the plants that the rare species like are shade intolerant, which means they don't be shaded out. So if we did allow the forest to you know, come in and have high stem counts, be shaded out and take, you know, grow up and be tall and shade out those shrubs and smaller trees, then those rare species would suffer. So by doing the mechanical work, you know, you're kind of resetting that clock, letting those shrubs grow up again, getting rid of competition, and making a more open structure, as we say. And that will benefit the rare species.
all right, interesting. The final thing was, my final question was about the Plymouth Fire Department. Obviously, you're in contact with them as you're strategizing how best to manage the circumstance. Can you walk us through how that process works?
Sure, they fully support the project. And as I said, this is the last piece of the 200-foot buffer we've done on the east side. And we concentrated on the east side because drier, hotter winds typically come from southwest to northeast. And so we wanted to have basically a defense mechanism area for this part of the state forest before it gets into any residential areas.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Mr. Canty?
So could you go back to the Miles Standish State Forest present slide? So obviously your numbers on the slide that's up there didn't come through, but in our packet they did. So surface is the yellow at 37%. Torching is
Very minimal.
5%.
Right.
And frankly, I can't see it.
There's only a few small places.
Yeah, so it's just probably washed out. And then crown is 57%, and that's current conditions?
Yes.
Does that include,
That doesn't include areas that we've treated just in the past few years. This was done in, I think, 2019 or so. So the most
this
recent,
was done in 2019?
right. So the most recent work since then, obviously would there'd be a lot more yellow in the southeast part of the forest if we reran
Okay.
those calculations.
Is there a goal of, like, that it'll be for these numbers to increase the surface at the expense of the crown, or like, what's the target, I guess?
Right now, with the large-scale restoration, that's approximately 1,200 acres in Miles Standish. And if we were to get to the point where we would want to get to with respect to prescribed burning, that would probably be another 400 acres, which is in the northeast part of the forest. We've
Okay.
done some burns there, but we haven't done enough as we would like to. So in total, for fire reduction purposes, it'd probably be another 400 or 500 acres.
Okay, and do you,
It's just, if you wanted to get rid of the crown potential over the whole forest, it just wouldn't be economically, it'd be way too expensive to do it. Just
Okay.
from a purely financial aspect.
so is the, I guess, is the goal to make it less likely that a fire will consume much of the forest, like the 1957 fire, or is it,
The goal is to reduce the fuels near the boundary of the state forest
okay?
to provide a reduced wildfire potential to get into those areas to make a stand if they have to.
So that if a fire happened in the forest, it would, in the state forest, it would stay in the state forest and not go into people's neighborhoods?
Hopefully, yes.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I'm going to go, Mr. Cohen, and come back to you, Ms. Iaquinto.
Just a quick question, follow-up. I just realized, fire towers, as a result of 1957, Plymouth had a string of them from the canal all the way up to Nix Rock Road, I think was, there was in North Plymouth, there was a fire tower, but those fire towers were occupied and people did look out. I mean, obviously, it's older technology, getting in a tower and having someone there all day just looking out
Right.
in the distance. But obviously, there's technology now. Is there any other technologies being deployed where you can see a fire starting? Obviously, this break is of that era of let's create a fire break.
Right.
Let's have fire towers. I was just wondering, as the fire towers kind of diminish, is there something compensating for that type of fire prevention where you have some sort of new technology taking over for the fire towers?
Other states have put in revolving cameras in fire towers, but we do still man them in person, and we still feel that's a great benefit, having a person in the tower looking and be able to talk to the other people in the other towers at the same
So
time.
you have an active fire tower network?
Yep, we
Meaning
do.
that during the season of threat, which would be the
Right,
spring.
if there's ever a high fire danger
You may
day, there's always somebody in the towers.
So how many fire towers do you have?
I would say 30 or 40.
Okay, good.
At least.
That sounds, yeah.
I mean, there's one on Pine Hills on by
Yeah.
the water tower. There's one in the state forest. There's one in Bourne.
Yeah.
There's many fire towers.
Yeah, okay, thank you.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yeah, just on the last page of your presentation, Mr. Gregory, you have a couple of QR codes, and one of them says links to proposal. Would we find project proposals for projects that you are planning to do in the forest there? And then you're looking for public comment on those by January 5th?
At that website, you would find all the proposals for this fiscal year for all of the districts, forestry districts of DCR. Mine is there, but also 7 other ones are there.
Okay, so it's not just specific to Miles Standish?
No, there's other forest
It's
management
for all
projects
of it.
across the state
Okay.
where you can, pick which one and then you can comment on that one.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify that for people who might be watching.
Right.
Because you did suggest that we could have public comment, but it would be comment for the whole
Right,
state.
no, if you go to the website for the comment, there's a drop-down menu. You can pick which project you want to
Got it.
comment on.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Thank you very much, Mr.
Thank you.
Gregory. I will move on to the EPA's new lead and copper rules revisions. We're joined by Peter Gordon, our water superintendent, and Bill Coyle, our DPW director. Bill's going to leave Peter hanging.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Select Board members. Just want to take a few minutes to update you on some of the recent changes to the lead and copper rule. I have a very brief presentation, and then I'd be happy to answer any questions that you might have regarding the changes to the rule. Hopefully we get this thing fired up. Here we go. Let's see. There we go. The lead and copper rule revisions went into effect on October 16th of 2024. They included many provisions, such as the lowering of the threshold of the action level, the quantities of both lead and copper in routine water sampling. And what that means is when we go out and do our routine samples, we can tolerate less detects of lead and copper in the water before we need to do something about it. The creation of a service line material inventory is something that we were required to do as well. We'll talk a little bit more about that in a few minutes. Public notification, which is what I'm here to discuss mostly tonight, is another provision of the rule revisions, and eventually the removal of all lead service lines from the distribution system. So all public water systems are now required to notify all consumers who receive their water through either a lead service line, a galvanized service line, which will require replacement, or a service line of unknown material, which we cannot prove is anything other than lead. The DEP calls this lead status unknown, will receive one of these letters. So to ensure that all impacted consumers are notified, we'll be sending these letters both to the address, which has been identified as having one of these services, and the billing address, which is often different. Sometimes there's a tenant at this particular property that has this service, but the owner actually lives somewhere else. And so if they're not the same, we'll make sure that we send a letter to both places. And this is one of the requirements. So moving along here, as far as our lead service line inventory, this is our lead service line inventory map. This can be found on the town website. If you just log into the town website and type in lead service line inventory, a link will come right up to this map. The map is interactive, so the way you use it is, you see my little pointer right up there in the search bar. You can put in your address, your friend's address, family member's address, and you can take a look at what their service line material is made of. So you can see, if we pulled out this map farther, you'd see about 15,000 of these little circles. The little circles are split in half. The left half of the circle represents the public side of the water service line. This is the side that is owned and operated and maintained by the town. The right side of the circle represents the private side, which is owned and maintained by the property owner. And so right down here in the corner, you can see there's a little guide. If you see red on either the left or the red side, part of that service line is made out of lead. These ones that you see are all green, are confirmed to not have lead on either side. There is an orange color on the map, which represents the galvanized side, and if it's gray, we don't know what the service line material is. That falls into that category that the DEP categorizes as lead status unknown. So this is a pretty easy map to use. Like I said, there's 15,000 service connections in the town, and they're all documented on this map. Additionally, somewhere on a hard drive in a building somewhere in Boston is another version of this lead service line inventory for the state to maintain, and we'll update that for them whenever we make changes to this map, which hopefully we'll be making quite a few changes. This is what the numbers look like. They're not bad. They could be better. They could be worse. You see the blue piece of pie represents the amount of services that are not lead or galvanized or otherwise require replacement. There's 12,407 of them, and that represents 83%. The galvanized services, unfortunately, doesn't really show up on the pie chart because the percentage is so small, it doesn't even register as 1%. We know we have 4 of them. We think we may have as many as 6, but it's a very small percentage. And then of the service lines that we know are lead, that is 1%. We know that we have 223 homes or businesses out there that are served by a lead service line. And then, of course, the unknown, which is the real trouble that we hope to clean up over the next 2 years, is a higher number than we would like, 2,355. I know that a lot of you are aware that I asked for a very expensive piece of equipment at Fall Town Meeting. Hopefully, we're going to use that piece of equipment to reduce that number significantly by the deadline. And I say deadline, we have until December of 2027 to come into compliance with this portion of the rule revisions. After this, they changed the title of the revisions to the rule improvements, and then we have to start to replace these lead service lines. So the numbers aren't too bad. Again, this is kind of a compliance statement. If you take a look, we conduct regular sampling for lead and copper. The DEP gives us a sample schedule that we follow. There's no way that you can not follow it without being out of compliance, and I assure you that we are in compliance. There is no lead in our source water. So any lead that we do detect out in the system comes from either lead service lines. It could be in the solder that was used for a particular time. Back between 83 and 86 is kind of the sweet spot for solder that contained lead that's no longer sold or in use. And there are some fixtures with brass or other components that don't qualify as low lead, and they may leach out into the water and cause detects of lead when we do the sampling. Our latest round of lead and copper sampling, as I mentioned earlier, showed we were well below all action levels. And the way that we combat that is corrosion control. What we do is that we adjust the pH of the water so that it's neither corrosive nor scale forming. It's very neutral, it's very basic water. And by doing this, we don't cause it to leach any lead or to dissolve any lead into the drinking water. And that's how we are able to keep our lead services under control in terms of the action level. And that's about it for the presentation. I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Peter. It looks like between the galvanized, the lead, and the unknown, it's about 2,500 service lines that need to be addressed. I'm sure you'll get that 2,355 down when you start to investigate further. Any idea what the cost would be to do all of this?
To remove all of the lead service lines?
Yeah.
So that is an excellent question, and I really wish I could give you the answer for that right now. I am not entirely sure. So we have 2 years to figure out what this is going to look like, how much it's going to cost, and how we're going to pay for it. And we've had some discussion about what that's going to look like moving forward. There are grant programs out there that address the new revisions to the lead and copper rule. So far to this point, not many of them support the actual lead service line replacement. It's more been the development of the inventories and so on and so forth. But I'm certain that we're going to look into some grant funding for this, both on the federal and the state level. And hopefully we'll come up with a great plan that may involve an engineering consultant to help us, come up with the best plan for, the scheduling procedure to get this to happen. And there is also a lawsuit pending that American Water Works has filed against the EPA for putting the responsibility on the municipalities to replace that private side of the line. Right now, Plymouth, we don't do work on private property. That's a liability, and it's something that we just don't do. A lot of those 233 or 223 plus, some of the other services that we aren't aware of, clearly they're not all on the public side. A lot of them are on the private side as well. And so we're hoping to get some more answers to that portion of the question prior to coming up with our action plan post 2027. But for the time being, we have until December 2027 to figure out how we're going to do that, what that's going to look like, and how we're going to pay for it.
Great. Thank you. I would suggest you get those estimates lined up as soon as possible. The only reason I bring it up is because we're going to be hearing later on from the town manager about our operational budget for fiscal year 27, and the public is going to be hearing that we have some challenges with keeping up with the increases of the budget. So I'd love to know ahead of time what we're talking about. So if we have 2 years, I don't want to put an article in front of town meeting in October 2027 and say we have to do this now or we'll be out of compliance. I think town meeting, and I certainly don't like to have a do this or we're going to be SOL.
Sure. So the good news is once we hit 2027, we have 10 years to hit that goal.
Great.
The DEP recommends that we hit 10% of our goal every year during those 10 years. Based on the numbers we have, we think we can do better than that.
Mm-hmm.
I don't want to scare anybody, but some conversations that we've had with some engineering consultants estimated that it could be between $10,000 and $15,000 to replace one lead service line. So it could get quite expensive. Now, we're hoping to, obviously, we would be paying for that through the Water Division, which is an enterprise fund, so the impact to the general budget here in town isn't going to be enormous, but the impact on the users of the water system, they may feel that impact. We have accounted for some of that in our 10-year capital plan, and we've already started to, ask for some money here and there to try to build a little bit of a stockpile to, at least get us going. But I would feel relatively certain that funding for this project will probably come through it will either be a state revolving fund or there'll be some grant funding. And again, hopefully we don't have to take care of all those private sides. It's going to impact the Water Division in terms of, their retained earnings or borrowing, but I'm not anticipating it being devastating on any level.
If the line is on the private side, is it the homeowner that has to fix the issue?
That has been the way it works here in Plymouth. That part of the line is the homeowners. If we came to your house and you had a leak in your front yard and we identified your curb stop as being, in between the leak, that would be your responsibility to fix. When it comes to lead line replacement, the EPA and the DEP now are telling us, they're not telling us that we're responsible for it, but we are responsible for the replacement, at least in the time being until they work out their litigation.
So if this does become an issue that homeowners have to deal with, I would like to see the town do something like like we do with the septic loans.
Sure.
Some kind of program that would allow folks to take out money, borrow money from the town, and then pay it off through regular payments on their tax bill, or if they sell their house at the time of closing.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Other questions from the board? Ms. Iaquinto?
Yeah, thank you very much for this presentation. I'm just curious, what, you're sending out notices to the residents that are potentially affected by this. What sort of direction are we giving them in that communication?
What's in the letter?
Yeah, what kind of direction do we give them? I'm just curious about what sort of reaction we get when we send these kinds of notices out.
It's not good. It's not good.
Okay.
So, the people who get the letter that says we don't know what your service is, and it might be lead, they call up and go, what is my service made out of? And for the time being, we say, we don't know, but we're working on it. And when we get some answers, we'll let you know. A lot of the people who have lead services, believe it or not, know they have lead services. A lot of the ones that I talked to when the letters went out last year, they went out last November. This requirement is something that's going to have to be done every year until we can identify all services as non-lead. So we'll be doing this for years to come, probably another decade, I would say, before we get all of the services changed out. But yeah, the reaction is generally not very good. But if they do reach out to us, if they call us and we can spend a few minutes with them on the phone, usually we can make them feel a lot better. The language in the letter is it's mandatory. It's health related language where it concerns consumption of lead. And no matter how you read it, it just doesn't sound good, birth defects, mental health, heart problems. And it's not about, it doesn't, if you have a lead service, it doesn't mean obviously that you're going to have these problems. We discussed our corrosion control program and how we're not leaching lead into the drinking water. And it's not that much of an issue. However, the DEP and the EPA still are mandating us to remove it completely.
Do we recommend that they do any sort of testing of their water supply if they're concerned? Like, is that a helpful directive?
I don't recommend testing, and I can tell you why. Like it says in some of the slides, we test regularly for lead and copper. And again, the DEP puts us through our courses in terms of making sure that we are not, polluting the water with lead or delivering lead lead containing water to our customers, and we do a great job of that, and like I said, we are in compliance. So if you wanted to, you certainly could test your own water for lead, or you could just read the consumer confidence report that we provide for you and save your money. And that's what I would recommend.
Mr. Canty?
When, just to give people I guess a sense if possible, when did people stop installing lead service lines?
It was around probably the early 60s, I think they stopped putting in lead, somewhere between the early 60s and the late 60s.
Okay. So if you live in a area of town that wasn't developed until after that, then the odds that you have lead in your service line are quite low.
Right, so we were able to eliminate entire neighborhoods just based on the year that a particular development was constructed.
Okay. And do things like carbon filters in your refrigerator, or if you use like a Brita filter, do those help with lead in water in the event that you were concerned about lead being in your water?
They do, there are filters available that can absolutely remove lead.
Are those different from the standard ones, or like if I'm getting regularly replacing my carbon filter in my refrigerator's water port?
If you have granular activated carbon in your filter, you'll
Yep.
generally be protected from, it will take the lead out of your water if there is any in there to begin with.
Okay, so in those types of situations, either you're in a newer area of town or you're filtering your drinking water, the odds of you having a problem whatsoever are quite low.
Even if you're not, they're quite low.
Right, but just, I think that people, because the language can be
Jarring.
and obviously things like Flint, Michigan, things like that, so people go to extremes sometimes, thinking that they take it very personally when their water, something that they depend on, all of a sudden is potentially tainted, or they don't know if it's tainted, which is also disconcerting in its own way. I just wanted to try and get out ahead of that to the extent possible. So thank you.
Other questions from the board?
I appreciate your time.
Thank you very much. Next on our agenda is waterway regulations. Chad Hunter, our harbor master, is joining us at the microphone. Mr. Hunter.
Thank you. Good evening. Just waiting for the presentation. Before we get into the presentation, there's one note that I want to make, or one edit, let's say. Under the second paragraph on the new draft, there's the word title, which is in the second to last sentence, just before waterways. If we could strike that out.
Could you repeat that?
The second paragraph, authority, the second to last line, right before waterways, it says title. I'd like to strike that out. Good. All right, so waterway regulations, I provided you two waterway regulations. There's the existing waterway regulations from 2006, so we're about 20 years old, and then the new draft waterway regulations. I will cover really the changes between the two, so we're not reading through full sets of regulations, and focus my efforts on that. These waterway regulations exist. We obviously have Mass General Law, we have a harbor and pond bylaw, and then we have these waterway regulations as well. Probably the most significant change, you'll find mooring specifications in the new waterway regs. These mooring specifications used to exist in the harbor bylaw, and we went through a entire mooring regrid when we dredged the harbor. And part of that effort, we were working with GAI engineering firm to develop a new mooring spec to take into account the FEMA flood changes. We see larger storms, more frequent storms coming through the area, tidal surge, sea level rise, to try and incorporate all of that into a new comprehensive mooring specification. We were also looking to provide sort of an easy to read set of regulations. So some of them get quite technical. I think our focus on this updated version was to allow the reader to read through and have a pretty good understanding to their requirements as a mooring holder, the mooring specifications as well. So we tried to accomplish that. We did have the waterway regulations before Harbor Committee on a number of occasions. We spent a lot of time on the mooring specs, looking at those. We talked with the mooring service providers that we have in town. We included them in the process to make sure that, A, their equipment could lift the larger blocks that are required, to look at different sizes of chain. So instead of having, 4 or 5 different sizes, we were able to scale that down to like 2 or 3, so they don't have to have as much stock on hand. And it was a pretty well-done process, and I think in the end, everybody felt pretty comfortable with what we have here today. We did provide these regulations to legal counsel for review, and Harbor Committee did have their final approval at the December 4th meeting in 2025. So the first update, that it really breaks down different areas. Now, we're not adding any requirements to permit moorings. Those already exist in all of these cases. So whether your mooring is in the inner harbor, if it's on a coastal area, say off White Horse Beach, or in a great pond in the town, there's a requirement to permit a temporary structure, which is a bottom moored, whether it's a boat mooring or it holds a swim raft. The Harbor Master Office has the ability to permit those structures. They are temporary in nature and they're annual. So the permit lasts a year. The mooring's supposed to come out, and then you can reapply or re-up that mooring for the following calendar year. So these are the 3 areas that we sort of focused on, and we tried to incorporate those into the new waterway regs. The prior ones really focused on the inner harbor itself. And even in the new draft, it is the major focus of these regulations. The Plymouth Inner Harbor, we defined sort of inside of the jetty, Hobbs Hole to Plymouth Yacht Club along Water Street. That inner harbor area that's, those areas are dredged, they're maintained. That's really where our only public mooring field exists in the town. That being said, a lot of demand for those areas, so we have an extensive waiting list in place for those moorings, which is laid out in these mooring regs, and also, how we sort of assign those spaces as they become available. State law does require us to have a waiting list, and there's a number of processes which are both in the harbor bylaw and in this document as to how we go about that. Coastal areas, so these are areas outside of the inner harbor, include Plymouth Beach, Saquewish, Manomet, all the way south down to the Bourne Plymouth Town line. In these cases, we do require that mooring goes out in front of your waterfront property. We don't have any public mooring fields in any of these areas. They're really accessory to your residence. You're putting that mooring out in front of your house, so it's not out in front of somebody else's. And that rings true for the ponds as well. These areas are typically unprotected, so there's a lot of wave action, different areas, different directions of wind. We will typically, if we have a northeast wind in the summer months, we can have 5 to 10 boats up and down the coast that have either sunk on the mooring, ended up on the beach, capsized. So in these cases, we are going to recommend that these moorings are limited to day use only. So if somebody is there present, they can keep an eye on the boat, they can keep an eye on the weather. What typically happens is people will leave them there, and this might be their second house, and they leave it out there, there's a storm, and then that boat ends up sinking or breaking free and ending up on somebody else's property. So we did include that. If they do leave it overnight, it's on them to make sure that they're protecting their vessel. But as far as our recommendation is, day use only. And the mooring spec that is in this document is really just designed for the Plymouth Inner Harbor. Once you get to a coastal area or a great pond, we are going to rely on either the mooring service provider's recommendations, or if there's an engineer involved, they'll design a mooring system for that specific location. Great ponds are defined as ponds greater than 10 acres, which Plymouth has quite a few. In these cases, you are required to have waterfront property, again, so that mooring that you're permitting is in front of your residence. And typically, these are seasonal boat moorings or swim rafts. These do not include docks that are permanent or not bottom moored. So again, it's a mooring permit. If they're going to do a more permanent structure, they have to get a DEP permit. They have to go through Conservation Commission for that as well. Another update that we put in there was marina information. So under section C, under fees, excise tax, we've added a section that requires the marinas to provide vessel and owner information upon the request of the harbor master. This is consistent with a number of other communities. And really the reason for that, there's invoicing. So we do invoice the customers in the marinas. There's a waterway uses fee that's been approved by the select board. So that's one way for us to be able to invoice these vessels in the marinas. They also have to pay excise tax to the town of Plymouth. So they could be from any other community outside of Plymouth, but if their boat is principally moored or stored in Plymouth, we are allowed to collect that excise tax. So that's something that, we need to know who's here. Typically, you'll find on a boat registration, they will put where that boat is moored. So sometimes you're able to do it that way. But if it is a federally documented boat and we don't have their information, then chances are they're probably not paying excise tax to the town. So we want to be able to check that list with the assessors to make sure that everybody in the marina has filed with the town of Plymouth and that we are collecting excise tax. And then the other reason we're looking to gather these lists are more of a public safety measure. We work a number of cases with the Coast Guard for overdue vessels, well-being checks, and having an idea of what's in your harbor at any given time is paramount. We've had overdue vessels that are actually, safe and sound in one of the marinas, and until you physically go up and down the rows to find that boat, you don't know. And that obviously, once all of the public safety entities in the town are looking for an individual or a vessel, and then the Coast Guard gets involved and they're putting up helicopters to go search, that gets quite expensive when it could be easily ruled out by a quick search to see if we have a boat listed by that name or that individual in our harbor, and then go look, say, slip B12 and see if the boat's there. The marinas did provide this information for a number of years. I think the fee has been in place since 2005. And what we found when these marinas were different smaller companies, they worked with the town and they provided those lists. Newer entities have come in, and typically they're looking for the regulation that says why do we have to give this information to you. So in a number of communities, like I said, they have a regulation that spells out, the information that we're looking for and the reasons why. So that's what we're looking to do here. Update number 3, mooring service providers. So we wanted to outline the process. If somebody is interested in being a mooring service provider in the town, we wanted to lay this out for them in plain English to understand what they need to do to be a mooring service provider. This came up right after the dredge when we were moving a lot of moorings and there was only one entity that was doing that work. And out of that exercise, we found, other people that were interested. So we went from 1 to 3, now we're back down to 2. We're always interested if people are willing to provide mooring service to the 700 moorings in the harbor. Competition is a good thing. So we wanted to lay that out. And really it establishes, their experience, insurance requirements. And then if there are issues with the mooring service, sometimes we, as the town, kind of get put in the middle. And we wanted a way to address complaints with the mooring service provider. So we put some information in there as well. And the mooring specifications, which we talked about a little bit already, they were developed by GEI Engineering and really looking at the different conditions that we see now, especially when you dredge the harbor, you're effectively deepening the harbor. So you do have to change the length of chain, which we'll get into in this next slide. I mentioned the cooperation that we had between GEI, Harbor Committee, and the mooring service providers to come to a common sense approach, which I feel very confident with. Obviously, when an engineer is telling you something, the size of a block needs to be so big or so heavy and certain lengths of chain, we didn't compromise on the safety factor, but we did include the mooring service providers in those discussions. Really, the biggest changes that we found are the mooring block size, the increase in the length of chain, which provides you scope, which we'll cover, and the inspection frequency, which really, all of this stuff is below the water, so you need a mooring service provider that can come in, inspect the chain, the block, all of the shackles that attach at either end as points of failure. So we did include an annual inspection, a 3-year inspection, and a 6-year inspection in these new regulations. And in some cases, there's some moorings that don't fit the new specification. We are going to give them 6 years to upgrade. Mostly your larger moorings are the ones that are going to have to upgrade. So we gave them a few years of inspection cycles, and then on that 6th year, they would replace the gear. All right, so this is kind of what you're looking at for a typical mooring in the harbor. You have, in our case, we use concrete blocks. That's your dead weight that sits on the bottom. And then you have a length of chain. Let's see if this works. So you get your length of chain, and then you got a mooring ball that floats on the surface with a line, a pennant line that would go to the vessel. So you can see in this case, you have your low tide and high tide. Plymouth, we can have a -2 up to a 12-foot tide. So we see a lot of tidal swing here in Plymouth. And just to start off, like the mooring fields, they're dredged to -8 feet. So at low tide, that means you have 8 feet of water at low tide. What happens when you see those tidal swings? Obviously, the tide comes up, the water gets deeper, and then you can have storm surge on top of that, which again increases the water depth. And you want to maintain some scope. So scope is sort of the distance between the block and where the ball is. You don't want the chain going straight up and down, because it'll actually, the boat moving through the waves will actually pull that block up. And one of two things happens. It either kind of bounces downwind until it hits something else. Not a good situation. So again, based on the FEMA standards, FEMA flood standards, we are including more scope in the chain. We're including a larger block to prevent that from lifting, all based on the engineering specs that they provided. The other piece to this too is the scope and the weight of the chain. Whenever you have a longer scope, you have what's called catenaries. So you kind of have the weight of the chain that makes this nice arc. It actually provides some shock absorption, so as the boat is tugging on the mooring, it prevents it from coming up real tight. And if you have a really short chain, you'll actually see the pennant lines just snap completely, or you'll see them rip the cleats right out of the boat. So that additional scope will be really helpful. And that's all I have. Be more than happy to answer questions.
Thank you, Mr. Hunter. Questions from the board? Mr. Cohen?
Going back to the last slide.
Yep.
As you indicated when we started this, that you were just clarifying and making regulations easier for, more user-friendly. So, but when you do get to this section, and you talked earlier about the mooring service providers and the 750,
It's about 700 moorings.
700 moorings. So this is a new requirement. You're going to want these, this is new to what's there now.
Yes.
We're going to be increasing the chain, the mooring. So the mooring service providers, have they been involved in this process and know this is coming in their direction?
Absolutely. Yeah. So they were, when we were talking with Harbor Committee, we involved them right from the get-go. So not only are they aware, any of the work that they've done in the last couple of years, as we were discussing this,
Yeah.
they would use this new spec prior to approval, understanding that it was probably going to be approved.
Right.
So they've already sort of implemented and been, using the larger blocks, using the longer length of chain.
So they're already moving to this. So some of the moorings out in the harbor have already been upgraded.
Correct.
So this is just to formalize that upgrading process based on what FEMA is telling you. Has there been a lot of outreach to the boat owners to know that this added cost? And what would be that, how do you take a mooring from point A to point B to meet these regulations? And what is that cost? And obviously, the service providers are letting the users know. But do we have any idea what that might be?
So if you have to replace your equipment anyway, so a chain will typically last about 3 to 4 years.
Okay.
By then, you're replacing the chain.
Okay.
So typically what you have is as people's gear is expiring, they're just replacing it
All right.
little longer length, so there's some added cost there, but typically they're using the same chain, it's just a little longer length. As far as a block goes, those are a little more difficult to move.
Right.
Working on the water, you have some hurdles there. And we're giving them 6 years. So if they purchased a new block 10 years ago, the life expectancy for a block is 15 to 20 years. So we're giving them another 6 years to then comply with the new regs. So we're trying to do it in a way that as people's gear is being replaced, we're kind of phasing it in.
Okay.
So instead of saying, if it's approved here today, everybody has to update, tomorrow, we're giving them 6 years
Okay.
of inspection requirements. So typically, they're going to be replacing the chain anyway. The one downside would be a block. If it was new as of today, it might not have been completely used up, but they would have to upgrade.
Nice. Just staying on the harbor, the breakwater, built 1967, 68, right around that time.
Yep.
Obviously, I've been looking at it all my life, and at certain tides, it almost seems to be very struggling to keep above water. Obviously, with expected sea level rise, this seawall that we've had since the late 60s, is it encroaching on its functionality? Is there anything that has been looked at by the harbor master? What other agencies might look at that? Or is there anyone noticing that?
So that's an Army Corps structure.
Right.
So that would be Army Corps' responsibility.
Right.
I've seen ice come over that wall, big high tide events with ice in the harbor. I've seen it lay the stanchions for the guide rail, like just bend them completely flat. Pretty amazing. But typically we'll have 1 or 2 storms a year that sort of align with big tides. And there's a couple sections of the wall that are at water level.
Right.
I mean, we get splash over, that's a common occurrence, but, so, yeah, I mean, we are seeing, that wall, if you were to build it today, you would absolutely build it higher. I don't know if Army Corps is going to, add another layer.
Right.
But it does still, even if it's at water level or below water level, it still provides us with a wave break. So it's still functioning, even if it is sort of at the surface.
I only reference it because we're looking at all these regulations, these different things that are happening in the harbor, and it's all, and much of it is given to us by this seawall that has a lifespan. The other thing I noticed in the presentation, Ellisville Harbor, is that, obviously it's a state park, one side of it, the other side, there's some conservation land and private land. At one time, there were boats moored there, or boats coming in and out of there. Is that something that the harbor master has any oversight on now that it sits in, I guess, two worlds, conservation and state-owned?
So we would not permit any moorings in there. I know historically there have been lobster boats that would moor down there.
Right.
The requirements now, if we permit a mooring, we need to make sure that that boat does not rest on the bottom to affect the habitat.
Right.
So years ago, those boats at low tide, they would be sitting in the mud.
Right.
So stuff that you could do,
Right.
Years ago, you can't necessarily permit the same way today, so.
There are photos that show boats that were resting on a crossbow. They used to cross beams and let the boat just rest on that for the tide. But I was just curious of Ellisville Harbor. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Other questions? All right. Pleasure of the board.
Make a motion to approve the proposed waterway regulations as presented.
Mr. Canty makes the motion. Is there a second?
I will second.
Ms. Iaquinto seconds. Further discussion? Hearing and seeing none. Mr. Cohan?
Yes.
Mr. Quintel?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
And myself, yes, it is unanimous. Thank you, Mr. Hunter.
Thank you.
All right. Mr. Brindisi, the floor is yours. Will you be doing the budget next? Excellent.
Good evening, Derek Brindisi, Town Manager. So this evening is the FY '27 budget recommendation. I just want to note that we have all of our department heads here this evening. I've asked them to attend. Normally, I wouldn't ask them to attend, but given the quantity of questions that have been coming from the board, I figured if there were questions this evening, they'd be here to answer those questions. I'd also say that, and I'll end with this, that we plan to ask the select board to execute the budget on January 6th. So I know you've had your budget binders for the last week or so. So if you have any questions for myself, Lynn Barrett, our finance director, or any one of the department heads over the course of the next 3 weeks, feel free to ask. We're always available and willing to answer those questions. So I'll just jump right into the budget here. One second. So there's a number of items I want to cover this evening, and it's not just the budget. And so I certainly will go through the budget first and foremost, but I want to talk about how we constructed the budget, specifically the additional revenue we needed to balance the budget. Some of the financial trends that we've been tracking in the last couple of years, some of the items that made the budget, a lot of the items that came out of the budget, and then next steps. So overall, this is what's in your packet. This is what you received last week. I always try to focus on really the new revenues and the new expenses in previous presentations, but you will see here that we've had a 4.85% increase from last year's budget, which represent $14 million. You can see at the top here, on the town side, the town's budget increased by almost 6%. The school side only increased by 3.4%. and then our fixed costs rose by 7.4. The next line down here represents our enterprise. So total of $22 million in enterprise, which was only an increase of about $500,000 a year from last year. So for the total, we have an increase of $14.7 million from last year. And then we take out some of those deductions and additions. And then again, we have a grand total from last year of approximately $15 million, representing a total budget that will be hopefully recommended to town meeting in April at $342 million, which represents, again, a 4.6% increase. What you'll hear me talk about over the next number of slides is that we've had a lot of major cuts this year in order to balance this budget. This is my fifth budget here in town. This is easily the most challenging budget that I've seen since we've been here. And I'm going to talk a lot about the things that we need to do moving forward because of the fiscal crisis that I think we can forecast given this year's budget if we don't make any changes on next year's budget. So Dr. Chris Campbell always does an amazing job every year presenting a very detailed report to the school committee, then ultimately the finance committee, and he goes through each one of the cost centers. And so this year, I've included our cost centers, and you can see there on the far right. Sorry, what happened? You can see on the far right here the different increases from each one of the budget, each one of the departments. So a 6% increase on administrative, finance department had a 4.5% increase, IT a 3% increase, health and human services 1.7%, inspectional services 5%. The planning department, as you all know, they're going through a number of transitions. Their budget decreased from last year. And public safety increased by 9%, energy and the environment just a little less than 2%, and then DPW less than 1%. So overall, as I already reported, when we add all that up together, it was about almost a 6% increase from last year's budget. Of note, though, when we look at our budget, almost $2 million comes from various tax dollars, so they could be from grants or from revolving accounts. So I do think it's worth noting that, you know, all of our operations isn't just reliant on tax dollars, that we do drive a substantial number of our dollars from grants and revolving accounts. So this is the annual budget breakdown. So this year, where the town is representing 44% of the total budget, and the school is at 56% of the total budget. And I just want to say, when I say schools, I'm talking about all of education. This was a question that came up last year when we presented the school budget. It did include other non-Plymouth public schools, so we changed the nomenclature to education. So education represents 56% of the budget. And so those are just the budget breakdowns. As far as revenue, you know, when we look at our revenues, I'm going to talk a lot about revenues in a minute. 73% of our revenues come from property taxes, while state aid comes in at 11%. And just a reminder, we had really strong state aid this past year. It came in at $2.5 million. We went to town meeting in October to make some budget adjustments based upon those new numbers. This year, we budgeted state aid at a level funded from the previous year. But our local receipts represent 8% of our budget. Our enterprise accounts represent 6%, and then other revenues are 2%, like grants, for example. So budget drivers. You can see very quickly here, you know, between salaries and fringe, it's representing about 72% of our total budget, total expenses. So it's really our staff that is, you know, the lion's share of where we spend our dollars. And then debt service is 7%. So when you look at salaries, fringe, and debt service, you're about 79%. And oftentimes, we're always challenged with places to cut. And your other expenses, when you break down those, line by line, that's your utility expenses, which we got to keep the lights on. That's your fuel expenses. We got to keep our vehicles moving. So there's not a lot of places to really cut the budget. And if you're looking for significant cuts, unfortunately, it comes down to people. Again, salaries and benefits represent about 72% of our total cost. So we did make a lot of budget cuts in our expense line item this year, and I'll talk a little bit about that in a minute. So I want to talk first and foremost about revenues, because what this slide depicts is what we would typically show in our budget presentation. I always like to talk about what are our new revenues. So you look here, you look at the property taxes, the 2.5% levy increase. So you're about $9 million right there. From last year, our new growth, so we've been budgeting $3 million every year, new growth. And then some debt exclusion dollars, that decrease as well. So when you look at our new revenues for this year, before we realized the fiscal crunch we were under, we had about $11.5 million in new revenues. I failed to mention the local receipts, which we budgeted an additional $2.8 million this year. So this is what I would have said last year. Okay, we had $11.5 million in new revenues, and we're going to try to balance. We're going to do a 61% to the school, 39% to the town, and then we're going to go and balance the budget. You will hear tonight that our revenues cannot keep pace with our expenses. So we had to be creative, and these are the things that we don't want to do, but we had to do it in order to balance this year's budget. So again, so here we were, $11.5 million under a typical, analysis of new revenues. And then what we ended up having to do is we had to pull an additional $939,000 out of our excess capacity. And I have an excess capacity trend that I'll show you in a few minutes. But you know that if we take 939 out of the excess capacity, that leaves us with $1 million remaining in excess capacity. Addition to that, so again, here we are, state aid, we level funded from last year because the governor's budget doesn't come out until the end of January. So to be conservative, we just level funded that this year. But then we look at local receipts. Again, we talked about that, went up to $2.8 million. And then the next two items would these were two articles that were typically funded out of the general levy. The last few years, we put $500,000 into the nuclear mitigation account, and then $500,000 in the capital stabilization. We're not able to do that this year. So again, to recap, we added the 939 from excess, an additional $1 million from those two previous articles to come up with, again, an additional $2 million to put towards this year's budget. So that's how we got to the place that we are now, as far as trying to balance the budget, looking at additional new revenues, and then looking at our expense line items. And when we look at expense line items, you'll see very quickly some of our real drivers. Health insurance alone this past year, it represents about a 12 to 13% increase, $4.5 million in 1 year. Last year, if we had this conversation, I would have happily reported our health insurance went down last year because of changes that we made to the PEC working with the unions 3 years ago. And then our pension obligations, which you all know that we are required by law to fully fund. We're on pace to be fully funded by 2034, I think, Lynn, 2035. So that is an additional $1.7+ million. When you add those two numbers up, we're looking at a little more than $6 million of expenses when we have $13.5 million worth of new revenues. So almost half of our new revenues went towards those two line items. When you're spending 50% of your dollars just on two line items, it makes it very difficult to balance a budget. And that's not going away. Like I just mentioned, our pension costs, we are required by statute to pay that every single year. So those, unless 2035 comes sooner rather than later, then we'll be obligated for the next 10 years to make that payment. And our health insurance costs, and you heard the CEO of BID who stood at this podium 2 weeks ago, and he said his premiums went up by 30%. We've since had conversations with Maya, who is a health insurance provider, it's like a third-party provider, and they're seeing health insurance costs go upwards of 10 to 20% for a lot of the municipalities that they represent. So this is a concern. This is, in my mind, this is our number one concern, this health insurance line item. So then, we further break down other expenses. Let me go back up here real quick. So we break down the 13.5, 39% goes to the town, 61% goes to the schools. We all break out our health insurance costs, our pension costs, and all the other costs that are associated. These are the fixed costs that we have to pay, which represents these two numbers down here. So at the end of the day, after we break out the 39, 61%, and then we deduct all those costs, the town has $4.1 million of new revenues, and the school has $4.3 million worth of new revenues. So that becomes our basis for budget cuts. And I'll talk about the budget cuts that we had to go through in order to get to a balanced budget. But before I go there, one of the factors that drives excess levy capacity, right, this number here, and you'll see on the trend that over time, we've had some really strong excess capacity. At the peak in 2024, new growth. So we've had really strong new growth over the time, and that new growth will drive excess capacity. But you'll see in 2024, we peaked out at about $5.3 million in new growth, and you're starting to see that trend downward, right? So, if we're budgeting $3 million in our budget and we get a number of new growth that comes in at $5 million, that means we have an additional $2 million that we can either put towards a budget or we put towards excess capacity. But you're seeing excess capacity drop for the same reason you're seeing new growth drop. Typically, they go hand in hand. Right now, this past year, we certified new growth at $3.3 million. So it's a sizable decrease, and that's having a major negative impact on our ability to pay our expenses. And so one other item I want to bring to everyone's attention, this was an analysis done between the planning department and the assessor's office. When we look at new growth over the last 5 years, the vast majority of new growth that we're seeing, or we have seen, is coming from Pine Hills and Red Brook. And we know Pine Hills, they're ready to close up shop probably within the next year or two. 80 Makepeace isn't that far behind. So when we go back to new growth trends, this number isn't going to get any better based upon what we're seeing. The vast majority of our new growth is coming from these two developments. So when we start to forecast forward, we're seeing health insurance with 13+% increases. We're seeing new growth trends drop. We're seeing the driver of new growth going away. It doesn't bode well for the future of our finances. So again, getting back to excess levy capacity, as of today, we got $1.9 million remaining. We had a high of $10 million of excess capacity, again, driven by really strong new growth over the previous years leading up to 22, but we're starting to see that deteriorate. Assuming the board supports the proposed budget, we'd be leaving town meeting with about $1 million remaining in excess capacity. So again, so my top concern, I feel like we only have 6, maybe 8 months to turn the tide on health insurance, given that's our major budget driver. If you look at this slide right here, this is a really good slide. This is a slide we presented at the last round of PEC negotiations. This line here represents health insurance increases over this period of time. I know it's not coming in well, the numbers, but this is 2013. There were plan design changes in 2013, and you saw a dip. And then nothing really took place anytime thereafter until here. There was some Medicare Part D changes that allowed us to flatline. And then over the last 3 years, our health insurance is flatlined. We had a change. We went from 75 to 25% down to 30%. That had significant savings to the health insurance line item. We had some other design changes, especially around pharmaceuticals. That had significant changes as well. So for the last 3 years, again, working with the unions, we were able to stabilize health insurance. This past year is the first year that those changes, we no longer have any future changes. So yes, that's where you're seeing this spike right here. This is the $4.5 million spike right here. And based upon all the experts, our health insurance expert and meeting with Maya, they're not seeing any relief anytime soon. So what can we do about, right now, the estimates, like I mentioned earlier, we have 13% increases. Claims have increased by 10% as well. 3% increase on administration and 20% increase on stop loss insurance. So all contributing to that $4.5 million premium increase. Right now, the trust fund balance is $12.6 million. We are using $3 million this year to help pay for some of the costs incurred around, in particular, some pharmaceutical drugs that are being used. And then if we don't, again, reverse this trend, we plan to use another $6 million next year. So our trust fund balance, unless we make some serious changes, will be cut in half. So we'll go from $12.6 million down to $6 million. So I guess the next question is, so what can we do, right? So it's great to see one of our union leaders here today. It's my intention to call on all of our union heads to reopen the PEC agreement so that we can look at some serious cost-saving measures, such as thinking about a deductible. We don't have a deductible right now with the town. And so our health insurance consultant said if we had a deductible, we could save up to 3 to 4%. GLP-1 is a drug that is causing significant costs to the town. We're tracking right now the GLP-1 drug alone is going to cost the town $3 million. So we need to eliminate that drug for all those except for those individuals that have a medical diagnosis that requires that drug. If we would do that, it's suggested we would save about 7% on our premium as well. We could also consider other programs like state health insurance programs that have been in effect for over almost 2 decades now. And there's others as well, other plan design changes we could as well. So unless we change the trajectory of health insurance, I think this presentation next December of 26 will be very different. We could be talking about, position losses and other major cuts to our operating expenses. So here's our unfunded liability relative to OPEB. So when I started back in 22, we did an analysis, the finance director, myself, and what we found was at the time of back in there was a report that was issued by the state in 2021 that the town of Plymouth's OPEB liability was 4th in the state. The only communities that had higher OPEB liability was Boston, Worcester, and Springfield, the 3 largest metropolitan areas. And so if you can follow my logic, my bouncing ball in my head, I believe that OPEB liability is related to populations, right? So think about it. When you have a high population, you need more employees, right, to service that high population, which is why, I'll pick on the Worcester Police Department. They have over 550 police officers because they have a 200,000 population. More employees equate to more retirees, right? More retirees equate to OPEB liability. And so it's troubling when Plymouth's population is probably, I think last time I looked at, I think it's 15th or 16th. So if we were to use that logic of population equating to OPEB liability, one would suggest we should have a 15th or 16th ranking and not a 4th ranking. So OPEB, mitigating OPEB is not going to have an effect on today's budget, but it's certainly going to have an effect on our future ability to afford services here in town. So moving on, just to let the board know, these are a number of the items that are in this year's budget. So we still have $2.6 million towards roads. We have an additional $3.1 million that comes from the motor vehicle excise tax that flows through free cash. We have set aside $5 million because we're not investing the $500,000 under the general levy for the capital stabilization. So in turn, because we have $23 million in free cash, we are recommending we take $5 million of that free cash and put it into capital maintenance stabilization fund. We hope to pay off $1.5 million in debt. That will save us $500,000 in financing costs by doing that. Per our financial plan, we plan to set aside 10%, $2.3 million roll over into the following fiscal year. That $2.3 million gives us a buffer if something emergent were to happen over the course of the next 12 months. And so again, that's part of our financial plan as well. And then when we make all those deductions, we'll have approximately $9.8 million available for free cash that'll go to the Capital Improvement Committee ultimately, and then make its way to town meeting. And just so it's clear, we typically do not advance capital requests that we can't afford. So those in the CIC, they should see relatively around $9 million worth of capital requests. So there's the free cash number. $23 million this past year that was certified. Last year, it was approximately a little north of $20 million. So free cash has gone up. I would suggest that once you see the budget cuts that we've made, I'm going to end with that, this free cash number should be significantly lower than in previous years because of the budget cuts that we had to make this year. So free cash is certainly not cash and certainly not free. However, this is one-time use money. So those folks are saying, listen, we got $23 million in free cash. Why don't we put it towards the operating budget? That's not a good financial decision. This is one-time use money. This is something that you want to make a one-time purchase or a one-time investment. And you don't want to use that money for something that you have a annual reoccurring cost. So again, we had to make significant cuts out of the budget. Lynn, was it $4 million we had to cut out of the town side? So I mean, I'm happy to share the $4 million worth of cuts with you, but I thought I would highlight a few because I think it's really important because all of our departments are here and they all have to share the burden of trying to balance this budget. And so our IT director is here, and given the daily onslaught of cyber attacks and having to have a strong cyber posture, the IT director requested additional 8 personnel to the IT department. So all the decisions we made for this budget, we are taking a risk, right? And I'll talk about some of those risks, but given that we don't have the resources, we have to take risks. And one of the risks that we have to take, although we have a staff of 8 IT personnel, we do know we need more. So we're not able to fund those positions. In turn, I think what we're going to do is an analysis of the IT department and try to right-size it in years to come. Staying on IT, we had to cut $90,000 just out of their equipment line item. The police department over the last couple of years has requested cruises, and we've had to cut those cruises back. We had to cut 2 last year, 2 more this year. So that's going to have an effect on our ability to respond to calls for services over time. One thing I would like to bring up is because White Horse Beach parking was a $50,000 line item in the police operating budget. We've removed that. In fact, we're turning over the White Horse Beach parking enforcement to the recreation division. So they will hire seasonal staff. They will work with Park Plymouth. That's going to save us $50,000 there alone. And we'll be using other sources of funds to pay that staff to do that level of enforcement. The fire chief asked for additional 8 firefighters as well. I'm going to get into more detail with the fire department in just a minute. But again, we don't have the resources available to fund 8 new firefighters, so we had to cut that from the budget. In addition, another $180,000 just in fire department equipment. And then last, I just will mention this because I know it was discussed in the past, but although it looks like a small number, it's significant because the community finds value in the fact that we've been able to do quarterly testing over at the Cedarville landfill. And so that's an additional $24,000 that's been removed from the budget that I think at least this board needs to be aware of. So I want to jump into the fire side, and the fire chief's here to answer any detailed questions. And the fire chief and police chief will be in front of the board probably late January to have a very detailed presentation around public safety in this community. This slide is difficult to read, but so I'll try to interpret it for you. So back in 2014, the number of calls for service on the fire side was about 7,000. And you've seen the steady growth. We had a dip over here during the COVID years. For obvious reasons, you're going to see a small dip. Right now, as of last month, the fire department is pushing 13,000 calls for service each and every year. So they're seeing almost a 100% increase over 10 years. During that same period of time, they've increased their staffing level by 12 firefighters, right? So if you double your work output, one would argue you should double your number of personnel. And so I'm not saying we'll ever get there, but we certainly have not kept pace with the number of personnel needed to respond to calls for service. A lot of the drivers over that period of time are the Oasis project, what's going on Cottage, the Walk, a lot of these major residential development projects that were forced upon us by the Chapter 40B laws. So it's important to note that the chief asked for 8 firefighters. He's recognized that he needs to upsize his fire department, but there's just the resources not available to do that. So I'm working directly with the fire chief. He is going to be organizing a meeting with federal officials to talk about the SAFER grant. We'll come back to the board at a future discussion point to talk about what the SAFER grant means to the town, and what costs would be incurred over that 4-year period of the SAFER grant. So not neglecting the request, just recognizing that it's a need and it's a risk. Again, this is a risk-based budget and we're taking risks with this budget. So the police department, just give me 1 second here. So they have a similar story to tell. When you look at the calls for service with the police department, you'll see back in 2015, so 10 years ago, they were at about 31,000 calls for service. They had a peak of 43,000 calls for service back in 2021. But when we look at the overall trends over the past decade, you certainly would see an upward trend with some fluctuations. But if you look at 2015 to where we are in 2025, the volume has increased approximately by 28%, 29% from 2015 to 2024. So again, the PD, who are also stretched, we're working with the two unions to try to work on an agreement that we do a better job recruiting and retaining our police officers. Because we look at these numbers and we realize that they are, just like the fire department, they are stretched thin. Services are increasing and staffing is not. This is another interesting slide, the next one here. So this is the number of man hours it takes to clear the scene. So you'll see back in 2017, over the course of that year, it took them approximately 9,000 hours to clear a scene. Now, and that's, so again, this is like the number of hours it takes to clear one scene. They're up to 16,000 hours. So it's taking them almost twice as long to clear the scene. So if it's taking us twice as long to clear the scene, then that's less capable police officers responding to other calls, and at the same time while the calls are going up. So again, it's a clear indication that we need to start to think about our public safety needs in the face of a growing population, in the face of more and more large, complex residential complexes that are being built. So moving on, just to recap, state aid. Right now, again, we level funded it from last year. And as I mentioned earlier, the governor's budget doesn't come out until usually the third week of January during the MMA conference. So we'll get a better sense of what that's going to be. In years past, the governor's budget's been weak at best. However, the state legislature has done a really good job of infusing dollars back into the community. There is some legislation proposed relative to Chapter 90 formula that is looking at road miles as a way to fund roads moving forward. So looking forward to see if that, if there's an opportunity there. Also, as I mentioned in the past, we are still hopeful that there'll be other revenues that are passed by the legislature. Opportunities to increase the meals tax, opportunities to increase the hotel motel tax, and opportunities to increase the motor vehicle excise tax. That has not been passed by the legislature as of yet, but we are hopeful that that does pass at some point. So assuming we do get a significant state aid increase from last year, these are what we're suggesting for priorities. So again, we get $2.5 million above what we budgeted last year. This year, we had to use approximately $1 million of free cash to fund our annual OPEB liability. So this year, we're proposing to spend $1.3 million and to put towards the OPEB trust fund. We'll take $1 million from free cash to make that whole. The other $300,000 will come from the general levy. So assuming state aid comes in north of $1 million, our first proposal would be to put the money back into the OPEB trust fund and not have to use the free cash. And then if there's any dollars above the $1 million for the OPEB, then we would recommend that we would put that money into a salary reserve for future salary increases. So in closing, the board has, again, 3 or 4 more weeks to just go through the budget, ask any questions that you may have. We are hopeful that January 6th, the board will vote the budget forward to A&F. And then on January 13th, we'll do this again with the school committee and the finance committee to discuss the budget in more detail. And then once that's complete, it'll move on to A&F, and they'll go through their budget subcommittees. Pending any questions, I think that's all I have for now.
Derek, thank you for the presentation. Before I pass things off to my colleagues, I want to get ahead of a couple of phone calls that I'm likely to get tomorrow. Can you go back to the slide with budget cuts? So you removed White Horse Beach parking from the police line. You mentioned that you're going to pass that along to the rec department. I just want to make sure that there's not going to be a reduction of enforcement hours when it's passed to the recreation.
No, no, in fact, we're going to increase the enforcement hours. So there'll be 7 days a week. Probably, we haven't decided the time, but we're thinking probably something like 9 a.m. to 7 p.m. So yeah, no, in fact, this model I think is going to work. It worked. The reason we're able to do it is because we piloted this model at Plymouth Beach last year, if you remember. We went to kiosks for parking. We no longer have attendants there, and we used rec staff to do the enforcement of the parking at Plymouth Beach. We saw an increase in the number and the revenue that was generated, and so working with the Commissioner of Health and Human Services and the rec director, we believe that we can take that model and move it to White Horse Beach as well.
Great, so they're going to see full 7-day coverage.
That's the plan.
Very good. The next item that I want to address is the last item there, the cut of the quarterly testing at the Cedarville landfill. This was something that was, I think, a major concern in more than one of our on the roads. It's probably going to contradict some of the things I say later, but I would like to see that added back into the budget.
So I would first start by saying that DEP requires that we do semi-annual testing, which we've always done. And over the course of time since the landfill has been closed, we haven't had any causes for concern that the water was, the testing wells were coming up with contaminants above any action levels. So if we stayed at semi-annual, we still don't have any concerns. We understand that the community feels better with quarterly testing, but we haven't had any findings that would suggest that quarterly testing would yield any different results. Happy to put it back in, but just know that for every dollar we put back into the budget, we're going to find a place to take it out of the budget.
Understood. Questions, comments from the board? Ms. Iaquinto?
Yeah, I just want to follow up with what David said about that last line item. I've been working with the Cedarville Steering Committee, visiting with them every month when they have their meetings, and this is the primary topic of discussion. It's my understanding that we haven't actually started with the quarterly testing. We just finished we were about to start with quarterly testing, starting with the next quarter. And this is a big commitment that we've made to that community, so their expectation is that we're going to at least do it for a short period of time. Excuse me, I don't know what's going on here, but they do recognize that the quality of the water has remained consistent over time, so that's great news. And they're willing to, I believe that they would be willing to reconsider the quarterly testing if we do it a couple of times.
Sure.
And then, that we continue to see that trend. But I agree with Mr. Golden. I think we've made a commitment to that community to do this, and we should at least do it for this, in the near term to make sure that they're comfortable with the levels that they're seeing.
Understood.
Mr. Cohen? Mr. Quinto?
I agree with Deb and David on the testing for Cedarville for a couple of reasons. One, just to show concerns over 71 hedges as well. They seem to tie them together, although I wasn't at that meeting, but I do know the concerns. We couldn't use free cash for that if we just did it for like this year, and like Deb says, if everything comes back. I mean, I wouldn't have a problem with that, and that way it wouldn't really affect the budget. I mean, that's not up to me, but it seems logical. If we could, that would be the place to take it.
Mr. Cohen?
No, I just echo what my colleagues are saying about Cedarville, and Tiki touched on it. Obviously, right next to the landfill, we have a sand and gravel removal operation that we don't really know what the end result of the topography in the area and the effects of that. So I think that the discussions we've had with Cedarville, what is echoed by the board, I think that we have to look at that seriously as something that we wouldn't remove from the budget.
Mr. Canty?
So I think funding that for the year through free cash would make sense. So I would suggest we do that rather than cut something else that's important, particularly because we don't want to use free cash, as you know, for a recurring expense. But if it's a temporary thing, that's a different conversation. So if and when we get a full year of quarterly reports being A-okay, then I think that would be a very different conversation in 2026. I do think, though, and I know from conversations we've had, obviously the biggest driver of the budget, as you said, in terms of the cost, is the people, but it's the people that are delivering the services that our residents are consuming. So really, the biggest driver of our budget is our residents themselves. And so the people that work in the town are performing tremendous amounts of service to all the residents in various stages of their lives in various areas of the community. But I do think it is important that we stay the course with the Nuclear Mitigation Stabilization Fund. Even though the budget is tight this year, if that property is developed in a way that adds to the service obligation of this community, then that will be, in my opinion, an existential threat to the long-term financial viability of Plymouth. So I would strongly advocate for my colleagues to support staying the course and putting money towards that as we go forward. That is money that, while it is possible that we may have other funding sources to secure that parcel if and when it comes on the market, we can use the money in the Nuclear Mitigation Stabilization Fund, which gains interest in that fund, for any lawful purpose, including paying for things that we would pay for free cash for in the future. Because as you detailed, you touched on it a little bit, but because we're cutting these things from the budget this year,
Right.
those are the things that feed free cash next year. So
That's right.
I just want to undercut and highlight that we're taking more money out of free cash this year, and we're also taking the thing that feeds it as well. So next year, free cash will be probably significantly lower than it was in those charts that you showed.
That's right.
For those reasons. So something like that could be useful for that purpose if we were to get grants or other funding sources to pay for Holtec if and when it becomes available. Projected partial site release isn't until 2035, so we have some time to pay towards that fund to get it up to a healthy level to secure that parcel for Plymouth's future. But, we're hearing through the master planning process that people are really tired of the way that the town has been developed. We often get blamed for the way it's been developed. It is not our choice. We don't own the land, so we can't control what happens to it. But that parcel, just completed that master planning process for it as well, I think is of the utmost importance to the medium and long-term future of Plymouth. And having more money on hand to buy it with cash, meaning we can do what we would like, and Plymouth can chart its own destiny in that regard, I think is even more important in a tight budget year than it is any other year, because it is, again, our residents, unfortunately, that are the ones that are driving the costs, because they require services. They're entitled to those services. But the more of them we have, the more we have to provide, and the more expensive that gets over time. So I look forward to having further conversations about that as well.
And if I could just respond to Mr. Canty, so relative to the free cash, so we're talking about the FY25 free cash certification, which was certified this past fall. So next fall, when we're talking about free cash, we hopefully will have similar numbers, because we'll be closing out this June 30th for the current budget we're in. The budget we're talking about tonight is obviously FY27. So I just want folks to be aware that when we see that real negative decline of free cash, we're gonna realize it in the fall of 27, if that makes sense. Okay. I wanted folks to be aware of that. But, to Mr. Canty's point, that a lot of the funds that typically would fall to free cash, unspent dollars in budgets, most of them have been eliminated. And so we would expect to see a significant drop in free cash. Again, we'll be talking about that in the fall of 27.
If I could follow up on Mr. Canty, I have been a strong proponent of the Nuclear Mitigation Stabilization Fund. I voted for it as a town meeting member. I voted for the funding of it as a town meeting member. I know Mr. Canty, the last 2 years, has gone on a tour of all the precinct caucuses, and I joined him on this last year to politely ask our friends in town meeting to ignore the recommendation of the Advisory and Finance Committee and include that money in our budget. And although I have been a strong advocate for that over the last several years, I do think that we need to tighten our belt. And we have a number of accounts where we've been stuffing money under the mattress for many years for a rainy day, and for this particular one, for a future purchase that may or may not ever materialize. So while I have in the past supported this, I think at least for this year, we need to look at keeping that money out of the budget. Derek, I would ask, does your financial plan include access of any of the funds in the general stabilization fund?
No, we're not accessing any of those dollars. No.
I would say that with an increase in health insurance of 13+%, this may be a year where we want to start looking at something like that. I'm not saying that we need to dip into it extraordinarily, but this may be a year where you need to start thinking about utilizing some of those hidden mattress funds so that we can stabilize our budget.
Yeah, I would say relative to general stabilization, that is the state's version of rainy day funds, right? When we start having conversations about overrides, layoffs, then I would agree we should probably start talking about using that money, especially when you're forecasting a positive change, right, in new revenues. Maybe you're seeing some new growth coming, but you need 2 years to get there. And so you need to use its stabilization to just bridge that gap. But if you don't see any end in sight to the fiscal downward trend, then we need to look at our structure and start to change that first before we start looking at, because general stabilization to a certain degree is really one-time funds, right? So if we use $1 million this year, we're going to use $1 million next year. And you're going to keep using it, right? And you get in this really bad cycle of relying on general stabilization. But if you can use it for a bridge, then I would say, yeah, that's something we should consider.
I agree with you. It's certainly something that we need to access during the event of an override. But 2 years ago, we were at what, $10 million or so in excess levy capacity?
Yes.
Is that right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So this past year, we went down to 2 million, and we're talking about going down to 1,900,000 maybe even. I feel like we're running headlong into an override discussion, and we need to start having. I was looking at, if you go back to your original your slide with the budget number of 342 million. You had it projected at a 4.6%. Yeah, roughly at the bottom, a grand total growth of about 4.6%. If you take that $342 million number, and over the course of 10 years, simply apply a 4% growth, we're talking in 10 years, we're going to be over $500 million. That puts us in the range of communities like New Bedford, Newton, Quincy, Fall River, very different from the town of Plymouth. If you extrapolate that out over, if we do hit that, we're talking about a 253% growth from where we were 10 years ago, which is just under $200 million in our budget. If you extrapolate it over the next 20 years, we're at $1.109 billion. That is astounding to me. And I don't know how we can sustain that growth. I think that, all of us here, everyone on this board during our campaigns has talked about affordability. And affordability includes how much do I have to pay to the town so that they don't take my house. So I think we really need to start talking about how we can tighten our belt. And I think it starts with some of these hidden funds. But I think there need to be other strategies that are put in front of this board. And we've all also talked about economic development. We really got to get serious about that. And I think when we have our conversation with our joint meeting with the planning board and the foundation, we'll start those conversations. But this community needs to start getting out of its own way. We need to defeat the perception that we're an anti-development community, particularly where it comes to commercial and industrial growth. Otherwise, in a year or two, we are going to be talking about an override.
I agree. And I believe in 2018, 2019, the finance director presented to that select board the possibilities of an override on the horizon, like 2021 override, and actually gave very detailed description of what that would look like if the town were to enter an override in 2021. But again, there was some strong changes made around health insurance that helped mitigate that conversation. And again, I would say the PEC agreement, health insurance agreement we signed 3 years ago was historic in the savings that were made. And it really helped stabilize this budget over that 3-year period. But it doesn't take long, right? Once you get your foot off the gas pedal, it jumps up on you again. And so, we're at that junction once again.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yeah, I agree with everything you said, David. I think we need to start taking some of the conversations we've been having here very seriously, not just on economic development, but those healthcare cost trends really are scary. And they're just going to continue to keep climbing. I mean, it's a national issue. It's not just a Plymouth issue. So I would really be interested in getting serious about talking about some different healthcare strategies that we might take as a town. I know that you put up there the possibility of joining the state plan, the GIC. And they happen to have been a client of mine when I was working in consulting. So I do know that it's a very good competitive program. So if there's a way that we can continue to provide competitive benefits to our employees at a more reasonable cost, I think we really need to explore every single one of our options.
I agree. Thank you.
Mr. Cohen and then Mr. Canty.
So it's interesting because I gravitated to the process as a resident because of growth and development and how it was affecting our cost of services. So obviously, Mr. Golden is projecting out some of the concerns that we have to keep on the table. But at the same time, throughout my life, I've been told that Plymouth is perceived as not friendly to development. And that's not, as a lifelong resident, I'd beg to differ because Plymouth is one of the fastest growing towns in New England. We've brought on more real estate, more residential, more commercial than many towns. And we're looking at this problem. So my thought process is we have to look at zoning and we have to promote commercial growth that pays its way. We have to understand the cost of services and we start to look at dealing with that process. And if there was any time that we need to, I've always said this about the planning department in the town of Plymouth, we need another planner. We need to staff that department appropriately. That is the taproots of our town and our growth. If we have the appropriate planners working in planning and development, looking at our zoning, improving it to mitigate the future cost of services, that would be a good investment of our resources. I know we don't want to spend money, but we do have to address, we saw on the projection that planning and development was down. This is a very, very important town that if we want to have real growth and development that pays its way, that builds a local sustainable economy, we have to invest in a planner in the planning office. But I also, and we'll have that conversation in future with the planning department in the select board. But the other place I always look at when I look at the town in terms of how can we have an effect on this process, obviously is the procurement office. Town meeting is making decisions on spending millions and millions of dollars. They have to go to bid, the bid process and getting things on the central register in a timely manner. It's critical that when town meeting makes a decision to do something with funds that we get through that process, the procurement process, in a very efficient way. The sooner we get something on the central register in the form of an RFP, that can control the services. I know looking back over my lifetime in Plymouth as a town meeting member, noticing some of the decisions made by town meeting to pay for services, and they were not put to bid in a timely manner. Inflation eats away at decisions of town meeting. So I always look at procurement as a way of controlling costs. I know that's another department, but if I could look at two departments at Town Hall that need attention, it's the procurement needs more help in getting our decisions out to bid in a timely and efficient manner. And then we have to look at the planning department. I just feel like I have to say that as we look at this budget and start to talk about possible cuts in the near future, there are things that we could be doing strategically, spend our money in a way that saves us money.
Mr. Canty? So I agree that affordability is the biggest concern that the community is having. That's what we've been finding in the master plan process. And affordability is also an issue nationally and internationally as well, as we've seen over the last couple of years in many factors. But Plymouth has had a lot of issue over the years with a rash of short-term thinking. We go from issue to issue, dealing with those, but we don't plan in the medium and long term very effectively. And when we undertook this master planning process, it was designed to be the first step towards correcting that and getting out ahead of problems before they get a hold of us. And that's why I think it is very important that we invest money now in things that will have a high return of investment in the future. Because right now, although we do not have as much money left as we used to, we still have some. And investing that money strategically on things that will have a return on investment, either by addressing known needs that have existed in the community for a long period of time and that have gone unaddressed, or getting out ahead of issues that we know are coming, such as the Nuclear Mitigation Stabilization Fund, which is, even if, as some people would like to see, there are SMRs that are going to go there, which is a completely different conversation. The size of that parcel, it was designed on the setbacks that were perceived to be needed for multiple reactors in 1960s technology. So even if new nuclear is opened up on that site, some of it will be on the open market at some point. And the community has been very clear in wanting to secure that for the future of this community, because if private entities purchase that and develop it, that is what will drive up services in a way that we cannot sustain. More than a 4% increase over time, because you're going to increasing your base. You're going to be putting it in an area of town that already can't sustain it. And the problems that would be created there are more significant than we could really comprehend, I think, in a lot of ways. So I think the reason we are in the situation we are in right now is because we are dealing with short-term thinking from the past that we are currently trying to correct. That is a difficult process and requires discipline and dedication in order to make positive medium and long-term changes to receive the return on those new investment strategies and new planning strategies. We should stay the course, and we should carry forward making decisions for the medium and long-term future of our community to be sustainable in a way that it has not been in the past. It has been largely developed by private interests that only care about themselves, many of them out of town, that build something, we say they're building something we need, something we should want, and then they leave and they have a better quarterly report, and we're left with the problem. And that's the story of Plymouth year in and year out for decades. And if we don't fix that, it's going to be the story of Plymouth. It's going to be the epitaph of Plymouth, really. And we need to, I think, switch course now while we still have time. Because if we don't, the cost of not doing so is much higher than the difficulty we will have in the near term of planning for that future. So that is what I have and will continue to advocate for. And I hope in coming meetings I will be able to convince my colleagues to stay that course as well. Thank you.
Mr. Quinto?
I got to say that I want to thank all the department heads in this room and Derek staff for what you've come up with to this point. There's a few factors out there that we don't know about. One, state aid can go either way. And on the school side, I'll be a little bold and say they have a year left on their transportation contract. And unless that's going down, that's going to be a big problem. So you heard it here.
You're right. Absolutely.
Over the last several months, I've sat on a different board, I'll say. And this board seems to fascinate on agendas and policies. And, you know, not that there's nothing wrong with that going on. And this is my own opinion, and it's not directed at anyone on this board individually, but as a whole board. I think we spend a lot of, or we have spent a lot of time wasted when we should have been paying attention to stuff like this. We hear about planning, economic development. How much have you heard about it in the last 6 months? You haven't. That's because we're too busy making policy after agenda, and this one and that one, and, you know, these kumbayas, which was very nice, by the way. But I did notice, like when we went to Cold Spring, and I think it warranted a conversation back in May, and I'm not going to beat a dead horse, but I noticed when we were at Cold Spring, we didn't do any business. So these shows on the road, we're not doing selectmen's business, business of the people. It's question and answers, and I'm for that. But I feel we should be doing it on another night and having our Tuesday nights right here, taking care of business, planning for our future, we're hearing. You know, and we can get into a whole nother thing. The SMR 300s, I think that needs as much diligence as everything else in this town, and I've spoken to a lot of people, and it's not like it's my idea. I still don't have all the facts. But I'll tell you what, if they came to me and said, we can bring you 10 or 11 million, we can build another second plant and discount electricity to the town residents and to the businesses in this town, then I think it warrants that. And to Mr. Canty's earlier comments and David's, we probably could work a darn good deal to get most of that land for nothing in conservation. So I don't think we should snub our nose at it. I've been around here for a little while. I've been around for 9 C cuts. I don't know what year it was. We had to take $5 million out of an operating budget, and that was very scary. So the writing I see on the wall is not too good. We can sit here, but we need to work together as a board. We need to move forward. I've even heard it from people in this building today that I've never heard from since they've worked here. And they're concerned, and I'm worrying it's going to start, the morale's going to start to go down here in this building. And we work very hard. This staff has worked very hard to change the morale in this building. You saw it today earlier with the decorations, and, you know, it was very nice. So, I mean, I'm very concerned. I want us all to work together. It's just, I'm only one sole voice, but I think Tuesdays should be reserved to take care of these issues that we're facing. We still can go on the road as a board. Why not do it on a different night, unless all our business is up to date? But I have to tell you, if you look at the last half a dozen meetings and see what we've actually done, I mean, this is huge. $4.4 million increase in medical insurance, a $4.1 million on our side of the budget to take out of that. And I'm going to tell you, you got maybe a year or two left. I don't need to see nothing else. We are going to go for an override. Either that, they're going to be layoffs. And that's the last thing I want. So I've been wanting to say this. I've had a lot of people come to my work, even on the weekend, because I work on the weekends. That's my choice. And I'm hearing that, you know, what's going on? What's with the board? Why aren't we, you know, and this is no reflection of you as being the chairman. That's not what this is about. But we need to get our act together, I guess. And I'm done. Thank you.
Further questions or comments? Mr. Cohen?
No, just I think it's good. I think that, we're a 5-member board and we have to tackle these issues together. I think we're making progress working on them and we'll continue to do that. I think this is a group effort and collaborative effort and of us all working together. So I look forward to that and working with my fellow board members.
Any further questions or comments for the town manager? Thank you very much.
I just want to thank the department heads and particularly Lynn Barrett, who helped put all this together. So thank you, everybody. You can go home now.
Thank you, folks, for being here. And I'll add to my fellow board members, I want to loop back to where Mr. Brindisi started. We've got a couple more sessions on the budget. We do not need to wait until our Tuesday night meetings if we have questions. Please work with the town manager so that you can get to department heads if you have questions about individual budgets, so that way we don't have to spend a lot of time litigating things here. Educate yourself beforehand so that we can focus on what we need to educate the public on. Mr. Brindisi, it's back to you again on electric bicycle regulations.
I'll let the room clear out before we start talking e-bikes.
Points of order are for the board only, not for the public. Mr. Brindisi?
Okay, so tonight, I believe, would be the last discussion on the proposed legislation relative to electric bicycles. I'll start by just giving the community at large just an update as to the substance of the proposed special legislation. And you can see right here. So the legislation proposes a number of things. So provides, if you look at the legislation, it has definitions of the various classes of the electric bicycles. And then there are a number of rules around operating electric bicycles. For instance, we would require a registration of every electric bicycle here in town, including name and address of owner. We would require the registration evidenced by a decal to be displayed on the electric bike. We would have a fee for the registration. We are proposing age restrictions for the use of electric bikes in the legislation. There are proposed areas that will be prohibited use of electric bicycles. We will require helmets to be anytime a rider uses an electric bike. And then there's language in there about, the behavior or conduct of the operator of an electric bike. And then lastly, there's penalties for enforcement. So a couple weeks ago, the board had a public hearing which allowed folks to provide public commentary to that proposed legislation. During the period building up to the public comment period, we had a written comment period. And so thanks to J.D. Anderton and Casey Kennedy, they've taken all of that information, both written and public, and distilled it down to something that I hope the board and the community can consume as a whole as far as the feedback we received. So you'll see right here that, we had 29 folks provide written comment, and then at the hearing itself, we had 9 individuals go to the podium and provide comment, with some providing written and public comments. So we had a total of 41 responses to the comment period. And I want to say this is probably, at least in the 5 years I've been here, this is the only time we really offered a public commentary period, so which is great. So allows community feedback to proposed legislation. So this is the breakdown of the legislation. 60% had a number of amendments that they recommended in the legislation itself. 29% just flatly just opposed the regulations, and then a little less than 10% supported the regulations. So, the big pie here is the 61% of individuals who said, listen, I can live with the legislation, but this is what I'd like to see, maybe some modifications or changes to the legislation itself. Here's the breakdown. So this is the areas of concern that was broken down. Again, we only had 41 respondents, so it's not a huge sample size, but so we'll break it down by the percentages. So of the 41 respondents, almost half of them had concerns around the age and accessibility. 39% had concerns about the general safety of the use of electric bikes. Some folks thought that the proposed regulations, so 39% thought the proposed regulations were too restrictive. 29% believe that they oppose the prohibited areas language in the proposed legislation. 22% focus on bike paths and trail design signage. So I think they believe that they could live with it as long as there was some modifications using signage, for example, and the trail paths. 22% focus on law enforcement, 22% oppose the registration component, 19% oppose age restriction, 14% talk about sustainability, and then 14% focus on education as one of the means to get at the erratic use of these e-bikes. So I just went through all this stuff, so I'm not going to go through again, but this is the definition of the age accessibility. So age accessibility, the current proposed regulations could unfairly single out older adults and people. General safety with concerns of speeding, not wearing helmets, things of that nature. Too restrictive regulations, I already talked about that. Oppose removing electric bikes from bike paths. So, we heard from a number of people that they believe that they should be allowed to use electric bikes on, say, our Seaside Trail. And then again, we talked a lot about is maybe we could redesign some of our trails, maybe better signage would allow for a safer use of our bike paths. And it's focused on law enforcement, encouraging shifting focus onto existing rules and regulations rather than creating new ones. So we all know that there are state laws relative to the use of bicycles and electric bikes. And so some believe that we should just focus on enforcing those regulations versus creating special legislation. Oppose registration of e-bikes, talked about that. Oppose age restriction. Current regulations seem too restrictive for older adults. Sustainability, electric bicycles allow for individuals to ride bikes, promoting the town's overall sustainability initiative, and then focus on education. I mentioned that. Again, there was a group of people that felt like we should just do more education than legislation. So what Jade and Casey did, again, after pouring through all the data, they just try to highlight some of the statements that were made. So we just focused on the quantitative data a minute ago. Let's focus on some qualitative data now. So this is just some quotes of folks, what they either said or they'd written in. Relative to age and accessibility. So again, 46% had a concern here. The proposal as written will have a negative effect on the health and quality of life of many elderly residents. Will no longer be able to go for a bike ride with young kids in their family or their spouses. Second, for the first time in 30 years, my daughter is finally able to participate in a family bike rides because of the invention of the electric pedal assist bikes. She has muscular dystrophy and cannot ride a standard bike due to muscle weakness. A blanket ban on bike paths of all electric bikes would prevent people like her from participating. General safety comments. Again, 39% of the folks were concerned here. The town of Plymouth is sorely lacking safe bike lanes on almost all of our roads for residents. Number two, we have really young residents zipping around our neighborhood without much regard for pedestrians or cars, nor any kind of speed limit, some without helmets and some trespassing on private roads. They're nice kids, but we all worry for their safety. So I guess that was kind of the genesis of this conversation that started back in May. Too restrictive regulations. 39% believe they're too restrictive. First quote, please write the rules to speak to the problem, which is non-speed limited, non-pedaled bikes ridden in a manner that endangers the public and operators. Number two, as written, the policy treats all e-bikes the same, but Class 1 e-bikes are fundamentally different from Class 2 and Class 3 models. Class 1 bikes are pedal assist only, require full human input and behave much more like traditional bicycles than motorized vehicles. Opposing bikes, opposing the removing of e-bikes from bike paths. 3 comments here. I'm a 72-year-old of necessity. Out of necessity, I ride on bike paths for the most part because trying to ride in the streets is taking my life into my hands. Number 2, I realize I'm not going to be riding on the roads in Plymouth. There are no shoulders. It's too dangerous to ride on the public roads in Plymouth, so that's why I'm out riding around the bogs or on the trails. Number 3, until recently, e-bikers were attentive and courteous. I would not like to see trails off limits to e-bikers. The police bike team does a great job. Having a stronger presence on the trails could cause errant riders to be more respectful. Number 4, part of the current tension comes from the fact that the rail trail is incomplete from design standpoint. There is no center line, no lane guidance, and no signage on a properly marked rail trail. Everyone keeps right, and cyclists overtake by briefly shifting to the left. Focus on law enforcement. Riders must follow general traffic laws and safety guidelines such as obeying speed limits, stopping at red lights, yielding to pedestrians, and using lights and reflectors. Those that oppose registration of e-bikes said, I do not see that registration of e-bikes will be worthwhile. This will entail a substantial cost to the town to administer with little benefit in return. The vast majority of e-bike riders will not bother to register, and I don't believe the enforcement of e-bike regulation is a worthwhile activity of town police. Those that oppose age restrictions said, I urge the select board to amend the proposal to remove or lower the 16.5 age restriction. There are other options that we could consider. We can ask teens to partake in a bike safety course, which I know Plymouth Police has done before in the past. We can ask parents to sign off on teen e-bike registration, and we can be explicitly clear what happens for poor consequences on the e-bike. Sustainability, almost wrapping up here. 6 people focus here. One commenter said, our climate action plan prioritizes expanding biking infrastructure and encouraging modal shifts from car travel to move sustainable options like e-bikes. Imposing additional costs and administrative steps for e-bike owners seems at odds with these objectives. And then last, focus on education. One person said, education is another overlooked tool. Years ago, local police rewarded kids who wore helmets, a small effort that made a big impact. And then lastly, this is an opportunity to provide road safety and certification and defense training. So I know I went through those slides quickly. There's a lot of information, but again, that's what we were able to glean from both the written and public testimony. Happy to answer any questions to the board. Just as a reminder, assuming the board wants to move forward with special legislation, the warrant closes tomorrow, so a final draft would be submitted as part of the warrant. That article would be reviewed under the typical warrant article review process, would go to FinCom for their article review process, and then ultimately will make its way to town meeting. Assuming they approve it, it would then be submitted to the state legislature for final approval.
Thank you. Questions or comments from the board? Ms. Iaquinto?
First of all, thank you to everyone who participated in this process. I think it was an excellent example of, understanding an issue, hearing a concern from a resident, doing our homework, doing our research. Attorney McKay took the lead in coming up with the draft for us based on conversations that she had with our state delegation through the research that she did. So we had a good, solid working draft. We brought it to the public, the people that were going to be impacted by this change, and we got their feedback, and I thought it was great constructive feedback. What isn't reflected here is the hundreds and hundreds of comments that we also got on Facebook about this, both in favor and against it. But I think that the intent of this was never to discourage responsible cycling, e-bike riding. It was just the opposite. It was to improve the public safety for everyone, for walkers, for drivers, for traditional cyclists, and for responsible e-bike riders. So that was the original intent. But based on the feedback that we got, and my own research, I visited a number of bike shops in the area. I've ridden a number of e-bikes myself, and I can tell you that 20 miles an hour is pretty fast, despite what people say. It is a motorized bicycle, in my opinion. Although the Class 1 bikes do require human effort, I do understand that. But I do have some suggestions that I would like my colleagues to consider, some revisions to what we have here as our current draft regulations. So I'm just going to go through those now, if that's okay with everybody. Is that right? Okay. So the first one that we have here is, the first category that we have here is the registration. I would recommend that we eliminate the need for registration from our regulations. I actually don't see the benefit of it. I don't know what we would gain from requiring people who already have e-bikes to come out and register them, or to have new e-bike purchases register their bikes. So that would be one thing that I would suggest that we could get rid of. And I think that a lot of the feedback we got suggests that that would be an administrative burden for people, and could be a deterrent for some people to choose to purchase an e-bike. So that brings us to the age limit. Right now, our regulations say that no one under the age of 16 and a half shall be permitted to operate an e-bike. I really agree with that, and I would like to see that kept into our regulations. I think that Commissioner Brady, in your presentation when we first started down this path, you had cited some really interesting statistics from the American Pediatric Association that suggested that no one under the age of 16 and a half really should be on these vehicles. So I would support that. Helmets should, of course, be required. There was also a big debate about where e-bikes should be permitted. And I do think that we should consider allowing them on our paved bike paths and trails. As long as we couple that with education, with signage, with a speed limit, and really help people understand, the rules of the road while they're riding on these paths. Helmets should be worn at all times. I agree with that. All of the regulations that we have in here for how to pass a pedestrian or another cyclist, I think those are all good. And those are all actually basic rules of the road that people should know. And if you're a responsible cyclist, you know how to pass a pedestrian who's walking on the road. So I think that those are all really important and can be reinforced with education. And then I do think that the financial consequences are very important. I think that puts the teeth in our regulations, that there are financial consequences for irresponsible bike riding. So that would be my recommendation, is that we take a look at modifying this in those ways, basically eliminating the registration and allowing e-bikes on our paved bike paths and trails.
Mr. Canty?
So I think that those modifications, based on the public feedback that we got, would address many of the concerns. I don't think that addressing all the concerns is possible or necessarily desirable. I do think, because I think there's always going to be people that don't want you to change something if you're changing it. And unfortunately, we wouldn't need to do anything if it wasn't a situation where certain people are driving them irresponsibly, certain people are giving them to individuals that are not of an age to ride them responsibly as well. And that's a parenting problem, which we unfortunately will not be able to fix with a bylaw. But I think that by making the modifications that you're suggesting, you're limiting the impact of the bylaw to target and affect only those that use e-bikes irresponsibly. And you're not penalizing responsible bike users. You're allowing people to enjoy bike paths using their preferred mobility option. And I do think it would be confusing to people why they couldn't bring their e-bike to the bike path. So I think that it addresses that issue as well. So, and I agree that the registration would have limited impact, because I think if you're pulled over and given a ticket for an e-bike violation, there's other ways that the police can track the violation as it relates to you, not to your bike. And so I think that those modifications would go a long way in making this more effective and having it only impact those that require regulation based on how they're conducting themselves in the community and other communities where we've seen, unfortunately, some tragic outcomes. So I would be in support of making those modifications to the legislation.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes, modifications will go a long way. But at this, with the way that, we look at articles going to Springtown meeting, there's a process. I think it's, my experience in going through that process with the different committees that oversee this process, you really want to cross all your T's and dot your I's. I feel like, Deb, you've made major steps in the right direction. We've got to continue this discussion. I think that we've received some interesting feedback at our meetings. We did have 41 people, but I think that maybe we should gain more. I have reservations about going to Springtown meeting with this article, rather than being rushed right now to make the modifications that Kevin indicated. I think that it would be, in my experience, sending articles to town meeting, you want to cross those Ts, you want to dot those Is. There's major accomplishments made by yourself and staff and others. We're heading in the right direction, but I would just like to make sure that I'm not voting on something where something gets by me. The schedule is tight right now, and there's been quite a bit of feedback, and I would like to see if we can accommodate that and maybe think about this at a future town meeting. So I am completely confident that what I'm voting on is what we are talking about.
Ms. Iaquinto?
I hear your point, Mr. Cohen. I think that with the modifications that we've suggested, this will allow us to be proactive. From the research that I've been doing, e-bike use is just going to continue to escalate. It's going to continue to grow, and the technology is going to continue to get more and more sophisticated. So I do feel like it's important for us to get out ahead of it. I don't think that this is the changes that were recommended here are so overwhelming or confusing that we wouldn't be able to bring it forward in time for a town meeting, an article for the spring town meeting. I feel that if we wait till the fall, that's given us another year or so with nothing out there, no regulation at all out there. So that's what concerns me. We did hear from enough people in the community that they have some concerns about public safety, and I feel like, this is a time when we could really do something to address that.
I understand the comments, and that helps. But at the same time, I always see the process of going to town meeting as an educational experience, that you get in front of boards and committees, that you, by osmosis, the action of it, elaborating on the article does help with the process. To get to that point, to have all the T's crossed and the I's dotted, it is about partnering with the interest that we've seen from the audience and from some of the participants in some of the meetings and some of the feedback that we received online. I think that that opportunity strengthens the bylaw, and it strengthens the experience of us all going through it to town meeting. I understand time is of the essence. This technology is coming out. It's rapidly. We're talking about safety. We want to be assured that what we are doing will achieve that goal. I know you can always go back and modify a bylaw and address it and add to it. That's another component of it. But I think that the first go of it, we should really, extend a further line of communication with the residents and the interested parties and the stakeholders about strengthening the bylaw through that process, rather than, the town warrant is closing on Friday or Thursday, the 17th, right? Wednesday, tomorrow. So it's very tight. So that's what I fall back on, that I feel like I don't want to rush an article to town meeting, especially with the enormous amount of work that's gone in so far, and there are things that we should look at. So I'd again feel that we might consider another town meeting for this article.
Mr. Canty?
This board has spent more time on this article than I've ever seen any board spend on any town meeting article in the 12 years that I've been involved in this community. So I don't think we're rushing to town meeting. I think what we're doing, and I understand that there is an educational benefit to a town meeting, but it's not an educational process, it's a legislative process. And people in the community have reached out to us about their concerns about people in their neighborhood driving erratically outside of their homes, about their loved ones and their friends of their loved ones being on them and not being able to regulate that. When we have gotten multiple high-profile news stories from other communities of people, young people mainly, but others as well, being injured operating an e-bike or being injured by someone operating an e-bike. I think the proposed modifications here target the legislation to only affect people that are conducting themselves with this technology, which is emerging and growing, in a way that creates a public safety threat. And I think it is imperative upon us to take action now to address that public safety threat. The modifications that are suggested allow for them to be used as mobility devices. They eliminate many of the concerns related to the impact it would have on the climate adaptation plan. They eliminate creating a de facto penalty as perceived by some for registration when they're responsible bike operators. And I think that the amount of time we've spent on it, I think I could almost recite this legislation in my sleep. So I think all we're proposing is to take things out of it, which should be even easier to understand than adding things or modifying things within it. And I think because this is going to take a while to work its way through because it's special legislation, the sooner we pass it, the sooner we can enforce it against those bad actors that are creating a public safety threat. And we can leave everyone that is responsibly operating e-bikes within the community will be blissfully unaffected by this legislation. I would very much like to see us work on this for this spring, because that is what many people in the community have asked us to do. There are people that are concerned about some of the provisions. Many of those concerns are being addressed by these modifications. Admittedly, not all, but no legislation is perfect, and I think this modification that's been proposed is, while not perfect, we don't want perfect to be the enemy of the good, and this is certainly good enough for prime time, in my opinion. So I would encourage us to go forward.
I would add to the conversation. So we do know that of those who expressed an opinion, 3 times the number of people who supported it were against it, just flat out. No recommendation for amendments, just straight up against it. We don't know how many of the 61% would be in favor with these modifications. I'm generally not in favor of over-regulating. I'm more in favor of allowing people the freedom to make their own decisions. So I have reservations about this this special legislation that are separate from Mr. Cohan's, but I think equally important to address. I don't think the community wants this, frankly, and I don't see how I could support it because of that.
Just to comment back on Mr. Canty's statements, I do believe that there is a benefit to the legislative process, that people go into it knowingly. I do think that enough work has been done. There's these modifications the night before the warrant closes. That's where my comfort level diminishes. So, I want to see some comprehensive policy around this technology, but I also want to take into consideration the modifications as they should reflect the general public's interest in this process. I think you indicated that there's quite a bit of interest online. I think we just need to capitalize that between now and fall town meeting and, make sure all the modifications are understood completely for this board and for the people that will be reviewing the material on its way to town meeting. I think there's a great benefit to sending something to town meeting where you have done your due diligence at a level that you feel very confident that you can go out and you can support the article as it makes its way to town meeting.
Further discussion? Okay, we'll move on to select board article submission discussion. Ms. Iaquinto, do you want to make a motion to submit the special legislation to the 2026 spring annual town meeting warrant?
Yes, I would like to. Yes, I would like to make that motion.
All right, Ms. Iaquinto makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Mr. Canty seconds. Further discussion? Mr. Canty?
So, this is the deadline for putting it on the warrant, but the warrant is not executed until the end of February. So there's a tremendous amount of time between now and that time to do some of the things that Mr. Cohan is concerned about that would still get it heard at the April town meeting. I think that although we have spent a lot of time on this, the regulations with these subtractions are fairly straightforward and will not require a 10-month educational tour in order to inform the public of. I think we can get it done within the structure that is designed to educate people about all the town meeting articles, including going to the caucuses and explaining it to them, as well as the Advisory and Finance Committee. And relevant, for example, like the North Plymouth Steering Committee, because the rail trail is in their neighborhood. Those types of outreach efforts can happen while still keeping this on the April town meeting calendar and warrant. And I think the sooner we can pass effective regulation in this, the better. I would also say that generally people comment on things that they care strongly about. So there's probably a lot of people that are largely indifferent to these modifications or regulations whatsoever. There is, I'm sure, a community within Plymouth that's very passionate about e-bikes that probably would not like any regulations passed, because that tends to be how people that are passionate about a particular area feel. But because there are bad actors that are misbehaving with the bikes, and because that can affect not just them, but they can injure others, they can run into someone, they could run out in front of a car and get a car accident, which could hurt them and others, things of that nature. I do think that this is something that the community needs to have some type of regulation based on how this technology is being used and the rapidity with which it is spreading, that we would be remiss if we did not advance this directive now and use the educational opportunity that is the town meeting article review process to do that. And we can, if we ultimately determine before we execute the warrant that we have fallen short of that metric, we can pull it from the warrant. a vote tonight to include it does not guarantee it will make it past the signature phase. So for those reasons, I think the process should continue. We've got the ball rolling here and talked about this multiple times, and I think we should continue to do so. But I think we are well on track to get this before people and have them feel informed about it when they're voting on it in April.
Any other discussion? Hearing and seeing none, call the roll. Mr. Cohen?
No.
Mr. Quintel?
No.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
And myself, no. It does not get submitted to the warrant. I'd like to propose an article for the Springtown meeting. Specifically, I'd like to see the town adopt Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 39, Section 59E. This section of the general law allows for municipalities to grant employees in the service of the armed forces of the Commonwealth or a reserve component of the armed forces of the United States up to 40 days of training and drill time without loss of ordinary remuneration. Doing this would allow us to give our service members who work for the town the ability to perform their duties without having to sacrifice their regular paid time off. I think that this is in line with some of the work that I did last year to adopt the HERO Act. I think whenever we can support our armed forces here in the community, we ought to do that. I did look at how this might impact the budget, and so I spoke with the town manager. There are presently 8 members of the armed forces, either for the Commonwealth or a reserve component of the United States military. 7 of them are firefighters. One of them is the town manager himself. I will add that the town manager will probably not benefit from this for very long, as he has informed me that he recently submitted his retirement paperwork from the Air National Guard. Congratulations on that milestone in your career. So we'd really be talking about the 7 firefighters. And I just think that with a community with such a rich military history that we've discussed through, Memorial Day celebrations, through Veterans Day celebrations, we ought to do what we can to support our armed forces. This would be budget neutral because the town budgets for the full salary for these service members, so there would be no impact to the budget as well. If there's willingness among my fellow board members to proceed with this, I'll develop a more fulsome presentation. But I'm happy to take any questions that you might have now. Hearing and seeing none, I'll make a motion that the board submit a proposed article that would adopt Massachusetts General Law, Chapter 33, Section 59E, as presented to the 2026 Spring Annual Town Meeting warrant.
Second.
I made the motion. Mr. Quintel seconds. Further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the roll. Mr. Cohen?
Yes.
Mr. Quintel?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
And myself, yes. It is unanimous. Are there any other article submissions from the board? Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes, I have one that I'd like to recommend that we add to the warrant for discussion at town meeting. And this just came up through recently. I didn't have a chance to discuss it with any of my colleagues here, so we're hearing it for the first time. But it was based on my questions and conversations about the budget, and specifically about the healthcare costs and the health and how that is driving our costs. So as we heard in tonight's budget discussion, employee and retiree healthcare costs are the major driver of the town's budget, and it's going to just continue to trend upward. This isn't unique to Plymouth. It's a national challenge, as we all know, and it faces, all employers are facing it, and all of our residents are certainly feeling the pressures as well. So the specific line item I wanted to focus on here was our OPEB obligation, and that's other post-employment benefits. That's primarily covers retiree health care. It doesn't include pensions because that's addressed separately. So our OPEB costs, as Mr. Brindisi mentioned, are currently the fourth highest in the Commonwealth, behind Boston, Springfield, and Worcester. And a key reason for these costs are so high is a provision that we commonly refer to here in Plymouth as the Special Act, and that was negotiated through collective bargaining in 2003. So here's the way that works for those of you who aren't familiar with it, because I just really came to understand it recently in the last couple of days. Under current policy, active employees share healthcare costs at a 70 to 30 split. That's what you explained earlier today, right, Mr. Brindisi? However, when an employee retires, the Special Act allows their cost share to revert back to what it was at the time they were hired. So for many retirees, that means they go back to a 90-10 split, and in some cases, even a 99-1 split. So to my knowledge, I think Plymouth is the only municipality in Massachusetts that has a provision like this. It's a very generous benefit, for sure. And it has a significant and ongoing impact on our healthcare costs. And I want to be clear that I would never propose that we take this benefit away from current employees or retirees, ever. I mean, this was part of the agreement when they joined the town, and we should honor that commitment. But what I do think is reasonable to consider is discontinuing the provision for new hires. They would still receive retiree health care benefits, but the cost sharing would not revert to the rate in place when they were hired. So given the long-term financial implications this has for our budget, I think this is an issue that deserves some discussion at town meeting. And as a board, we can continue to explore the details in the coming weeks, figure out exactly what this means and what it doesn't mean. But I just like to place this item on the warrant now so that we can start that conversation.
So, Ms. Iaquinto, are you making a motion that the board submit an article to the 2026 spring annual town meeting that would discontinue the benefit provided by special legislation regarding healthcare coverage costs for post-retirement benefits for new employees?
For new employees, yes.
Hired after what date?
Hired after the date it takes effect.
Okay. Is there a second?
I would second.
Ms. Iaquinto makes the motion. Mr. Canty seconds. Discussion. Mr. Quinto?
Okay.
Mr. Cohan?
Again, thank you very much for that information. It's the first I'm hearing it. So it's the first I'm hearing it. Again, the warrant is closing in a matter of hours, and we need to respond to that. And I prefer, before I vote, to put something on the warrant that I fully understand. So thank you I am aware of the special act, and I'm aware of the different discussions around that, but I feel like we need to get a little bit more feedback relevant to before we send an article to town meeting. So again, I'm only hearing about it tonight. I do believe it requires a little bit more due diligence. I mean, we are looking at how do we recruit people and keep them here in Plymouth. So there's things that we have to take into consideration. So I would not be inclined to recommend this at town meeting at this time.
Mr. Quinto?
I'm very familiar with the act. I was on the board. I was actually one of the leading forces to get this bill passed. You touch on 99-1, and I'm going to be as, I don't have that number, but there's not too many 99-1s left. It'd have to be about 95 to 100. And through nutrition, that's how this is based, and that's how it was thought out. At the time, the finance director was Patrick Delarusso. There was a lot of skepticism about this because they didn't think that anybody was going to do it. Ellie Beth was the town manager then. And the board, I was new to the board, and the board's like, let the kid have it. Let's see what he does with it. Because they thought that going to 11 bargaining groups, I think it was, that it wasn't going to happen. Well, it did happen. And it happened for a reason. The town needed to make more money, and that's the way we moved the bargaining groups to ante up more in their weekly contributions. So it's very easy to look at it 20 years from now, but I think you need to get your numbers from the Insurance Advisory Committee, which if you call Mr. Pinto, he's the chairman, he'll gladly give it to you. It's all public record. And it's going to be a big battle. So for that reason alone, not negotiating the proper way, I'm out.
Mr. Canty?
So, to the best of my knowledge, we are the only municipality in Massachusetts that has this special act. And what's being proposed would only affect hires that are hired after we rescind it. So we would just be returning to the status quo throughout Massachusetts. And our OPEB liability, I think, the biggest reason our OPEB liability is the fourth biggest in the community, despite being 15th or 16th in terms of population, is the aggregate effect of this special act over time, and the fact that employees are reverting back to their starting contribution rate once they retire. And by limiting the effect to those that have not been made that promise yet, we do not disadvantage any existing employees who admittedly have made decisions as part of bargaining processes over years on the knowledge that that promise was made to them. So I agree with not, even though it is a significant expense, I do believe, particularly as a public employee myself, although for the Commonwealth, that it is important to keep the promises that you have made to people. But this particular promise is costing us quite a lot. And it is something that, with 13% increases to our health insurance this year, and that being only the tip of the iceberg for future years, as was prophesized earlier this same evening, I think it is important to take this up sooner rather than later. I mean, the first time I heard about the item we just put on the warrant was tonight, and I voted for that because it made sense and was a good idea. And I'm also aware that the article review process is going to come up in the coming months, and we can talk about this and vet it and decide before we execute the warrant whether we include it or not. I would encourage us to be proactive and not reactive, and to put this on the warrant for discussion so that it could be part of the conversation at this town meeting when a huge driver in the budget is going to be talked about in relation to health insurance. And I don't want there to be, sometimes there are last minute attempts to make cuts to the budget that are not always thought out fully. And if we had a plan and we could say, yes, this is a cost now, but we have a plan to address it in the future, that can help ease some of the concerns and calm some of the tension that may boil up in the room otherwise. I think that having that sort of a pressure valve release is important in a situation like this. So I will be supporting placing this on the warrant for this town meeting.
Mr. Cohen?
Yes, the article that we sent to town meeting wasn't the first time I heard of this interest in providing this capability of the town to service men and women. So it wasn't a new thing. Tonight, you're talking about the special act, the promises that we have, the idea of discontinuing that for the reasons that you stated about OPED. But again, it's the first time I'm hearing about it tonight, and I feel like I need to do a little bit more due diligence before I send something to town meeting.
I would add to the conversation. I think it's wildly inappropriate for us to even have this conversation without having first engaged our partners who are leaders of the unions. I think this sets us up for bad faith negotiations as we move into, I think, next year. Derek, we start negotiating again in the next 13 months, we're going to be starting contract negotiations. But without any discussion with the union, we're going to ask town meeting to take away a benefit that is, frankly, critical to their recruitment process. I think this is a wild misstep for this board, and I will not be supporting it. Mr. Quintel?
Yeah, there's a lot more to it than doing it this way. And let me just tell you this quickly. This is definitely not the place nor the way to do this. You'll get nowhere. And I'm strictly opposed to this.
Further discussion? Hearing and seeing none, I'll call the roll. Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Quintel?
No. Oh, sorry.
No.
Mr. Cohen?
No.
And myself, no. It does not pass. Other articles to submit to town meeting? Okay. We'll move on to the town manager's report.
Okay, I have just a few items to present tonight. First, I just want to start by saying that the DCR who was here earlier today, they are holding a public meeting via Zoom tomorrow from 6 to 7:30. They have a Zoom link. We have sent this out electronically so individuals can sign up. This is an important meeting that they're going to have because they want to make improvements to the Forefathers Monument, and obviously that's state-owned property. And so before they do this, they want to have public input. So those that are interested in the improvements proposed by the state, DCR, please attend tomorrow night from Wednesday, December 17th, from 6 to 7:30. You can go to the town's website where we have the Zoom link posted for folks to sign up, or you can go directly to the DCR website as well. Relative to a few town updates, the Pinnacle Bog Restoration Project bids came in within budget. I'll be signing that contract in the next couple of days. Right now, so the board is aware, all construction funding that came from the state and from federal grants is secured, and no local monies will be used. We're hoping the project will begin this winter or sometime in early spring. I want to recognize through the fire department, our emergency management director, Chris Horvath. He was selected and sponsored by MEMA to attend a training seminar at the National Hurricane Center in Miami this coming January. He's one of only 2 officials in Massachusetts who got selected to attend this course. So congratulations to Chris Horvath for putting his name forward and becoming our delegate. Moving on to Health and Human Services. The new CAL director, Cheryl Jones, who I think I mentioned in the past, is leading the 2026 CAL with some new energy and some new enthusiasm. The title of the 2026 theme will be Live Vibrantly and Build Connections. This theme aligns with the CAL 2026 programming. CAL also continues to receive overwhelming number of community donations during the holiday season. Veterans continue to receive an overwhelming number of grocery store gift cards, gift account donations, and veteran children and family gifts for the holidays. The Plymouth community is extremely generous, and HHS is grateful for all the donations that we're able to give out to our veterans and our families. So just an update on Burt's. So we received notice today, December 16th, that Inspection Services is working with the owner of Burt's. They have told us that the final actions are underway. The town has requested the property owner to abate the longstanding public safety and building code violations. We anticipate a few days for the work to be completed. And right now, the property owner is working with all relevant departments. So we received an email just, it was yesterday, from the property owner herself, not from their attorney, saying that everything was secured and they plan on tearing down the building in the next couple of days. So I know I've said this in the past, but we did receive a written notice from the property owner who said the building will be torn down the next couple of days. So I plan on going by there sometime either tomorrow or the next day to make sure that the building is in fact being torn down. So again, we'll keep the community abreast on that one as well. I just wanted to announce Michael Severa is our new Deputy Director of Planning and Development. He started yesterday. So as we all know, Lauren Lynn got promoted to the Director of Planning after the retirement of Lee Hartman, and she has chosen Michael Severa, who comes from the town of Hingham, as their town planner to work here in this community. So congratulations to Michael. The Master Planning Committee will be hosting a virtual draft plan open house on Thursday, January 8th at 6 p.m. The virtual session will feature a presentation on the draft plan, including goals and strategies for implementation, along with a Q&A session. There will also be an online survey available for public comment as well. This is relative, again, to the master plan. And I want to just, I know Deputy Chief LeBreton has just left, but he just returned. He was gone for 10 weeks. He successfully completed a 10-week leadership course at the FBI National Academy in Quantico, Virginia. So there were individuals from all over the country. I think 47 states were represented, and a number of nations were also represented. He's the first police officer in Plymouth to be selected for this course. I want to say about 15 years now. So I spoke to Deputy Chief LeBreton yesterday. He's happy to be home, but he said that the academy was the best law enforcement training he's ever received. So congratulations to Deputy Chief LeBreton for not only successfully completing the course, but being selected, I think, is even more of an honor. And I'll just end with the town clerk. The 2026 dog tags are now available at the town clerk's office, or you can go online under License a Dog, and you can register your dog for this year's dog license. So pending any questions, that's all I have.
Thank you, Derek. Questions from the board? Mr. Cohen?
It's good news on Burt's. I guess it's coming down. But if there's anyone in communication with the family or the demolition, out front there's a planter. And in that planter, there's a rock that was put there during the last renovation. It was a rock that used to be in the dining room. It's the 1978 Blizzard rock. So I'm very interested in what becomes of that rock. Obviously, during its demolish, I'd hate to see that little landmark disappear. For a while, it ended up in the front, in the planter on display, but that eventually it got covered over by sand. So hopefully when someone goes to demolish the planter out front, that the rock is noted. I'm not sure how we communicate that with anyone.
So ask them to set aside the planter
and
with the rock inside
yeah,
of it?
there's a rock sitting in the planter.
Okay.
So,
Well, we have the owner's email, so we can
yeah,
communicate.
I'll be
that
more than
request.
happy to point it out if someone wants me to meet them there.
Bill, will you bring your truck over there?
I don't know. I mean, reclaim the rock.
Other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you, Derek. Select Board open discussion, new business? Letters? I will say that we received a letter from the Sheriff's Department in response to some community concerns about their partnership with ICE. I know that the Plymouth Independent has already written a story about it, and it's already circulating on Facebook, so I would encourage the community to go out and seek that information. Old business? Mr. Cohen?
Just to thank staff for their efforts to resolve the bump there at Mantis Point on Warren Ave on State Road. It is gone.
Other old business? Our next meeting is going to be December 30th. I'd like to wish the community Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah, and Happy Holidays, whatever you may be celebrating. Motion to adjourn. Mr. Quintal makes the motion. Is there a second?
Second.
Ms. Iaquinto seconds. Discussion? Ms. Iaquinto?
Yes.
Mr. Canty?
Yes.
Mr. Quintal?
Yes.
Mr. Cohan?
Aye.
And myself, yes. We are adjourned. Thank you.